Happy?
Is Professor Taylor still there? I'm sure he's retired.
Don't.
St. Matthew's.
Actually, there's also another choir.
From Kaiskamahuk. From
Okay.
Kaiskamahuk.
Put this off.
I'm going to be next to TK.
Okay. Oh.
Countdown.
Yebo. Good morning and welcome to this live broadcast of the State of the Province Address right here at the Provincial Legislature in Bishop. My name is Asanda Mbeche. I'm not alone. With me, I have Jeff Moloi, who will be anchoring this broadcast with me this morning. Good morning, Jeff.
Good morning, Asanda. This will Selenam. Kulomhlaba leke kangaka silapha kweliziko losasazo lweMpumalanga Kapa TV sizokumamela ukuba inkulumbuso wephondo uOscar Mabuyane usiphathele ntoni kulomnyaka ubunzima kakhulu. And this broadcast is brought to you by the government of the Eastern Cape, the home of the legends. And for the next 45 minutes or so, we are going to be looking forward to what the Premier is going to say, and we will have experts, and we obviously have people that are closer to the action than we are. Sandra.
Well, Jeff, before we go to our colleagues that are standing outside, let's also introduce somebody who's going to be with us this morning. That's Dr. Christopher Ossobrook. Good morning, Christopher.
Good morning. Hi. Good to be here. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us this morning. Dr. Christopher Ossobrook is from the University of Fort Hare. He will be with us this morning as we discuss the State of the Province Address. We also have our colleagues who are standing outside to catch all the action that's happening on the precinct right here at the legislature. We have Lumga Bekindao, who's outside right now. Good morning, Lumga.
Good morning to you, Asanda, and all the viewers at home.
Lumga, I understand you also have Ntombakolo right here next to you, Matiwane.
Hello.
Yes.
Good morning, Ntombakolo.
Morning, Asanda.
We're going to have this conversation throughout this morning as we get ready for the Premier to deliver his State of the Province Address. Of course, Premier Oscar Mabuyane is outside right now on the precinct where he is right now inspecting the police parade. It's part of the proceedings that are happening today where they give respect to the occasion. That's police officers from across the province right here, Jeff. This is one of the moments where we say the proceedings are getting closer to officially be underway.
Indeed, it is going to be. I mean, there's a lot of expectation as to what the Premier has for South Africa. I mean, we saw in the State of the Nation address a few weeks ago that the President as well, you know, there was a lot of pressure, and that pressure comes from the provinces because South Africa has been in a state of, wow, a lot of things have happened. Those are some of the things that we are going to be talking about.
A lot has happened indeed, Jeff. But let's let's talk with you, Dr. Olsenbroek. The Eastern Cape has seen a lot happening in recent months. We've seen floods happening in the province,
Yeah, that's right.
which have really put pressure on the province and how its disaster management services carry out their work.
Yeah, I see that.
Is there something you would think that the Premier should address today?
Well, I hope so. There's been the problems with the floods recently. I know that Kumani's been underwater for some time. And it does call into question what kind of illegal settlements in South Africa, people settling in the wrong places, settling in floodplains. That's where a lot of the problems have been happening. And
so those are some of the issues that we expect that the Premier will be dealing with as he delivers the State of the Province for the year 2023 this morning. He's scheduled to speak officially at 11 a.m. As the Premier inspects the police parade right now, the Speaker of the Legislature, Helen Sauls-August, will then be waiting outside to receive him and bring him into the Legislature. From there on, the proceedings will start officially. That right there is the South African Police Service gracing this occasion to say, we are here, and to show the force of the police service, to say, we have this. So right there you see police officers from different parts, regions of this Eastern Cape province. But as we move closer to that, as they move and we move closer to 11 o'clock when their Premier speaks, there's so much to talk about. Even policing is an issue for the Eastern Cape. They look amazing right now, but people on the ground may have a different story about how they received or treated by the police when you go to a police station, Jeff.
Yeah, I mean, Asanda, I'm just looking at them now, those numbers, and we know that one of the biggest issues in South Africa, as we look at our reporters outside, I'm not sure if we are going to be crossing to them, but we will get we'll get indication from our producers. But I mean, crime is a big talking point, talking about the Eastern Cape and the problems that we expect the Premier to address. Asanda.
Let's bring in our colleagues right now. Lumka and Ntombaqolo were standing outside. Lumka and Ntombaqolo, please talk to us a bit about some of the people that are outside. We saw a choir and young people, beautiful young girls standing behind you. Lumka and Ntombaqolo, talk us through what's happening outside them.
Enkosi kakhulu Asanda. Sifika apha ngaphandle nyani nathi khona ikwaya i-Eastern Cape Police Choir ekhona lapha emva kwethu nayo erendarishe items zayo. Silapha phandle ke siyababona abaphathiswa bengena belungiselela ukuba iqale intetho yobume bephondo leMpuma Kapa nekudala ke ilindelekile kwaye bayijonge ngamehlo abomvu abantu beliphondo. Nalapho ke balindele into yobana inkulu baphathisa uOscar Mabuyane adakance ezona zinto zidlumzi nezona zinto zizawuthi ziphucule eliphondo leMpuma Kapa. Sayibona ke nemozulu inhle iyabavumela pha phandle njengoba silapha phandle emnyango we-legislature andindodwanga ukhona igwam abuntomboxolo. Ntomboxolo colleague, namhlanje ulindele ezinye izinto amakakhankanye kuzo unkulu baphathiswa zeziphi ezinye izinto mhlawumbi ozilindeleyo ucinga bafamba zizawuthi zinceda abantu beliphondo leMpuma Kapa?
Mandibulise umhleli umgaxa wam namhlanje. Let me start by greeting Baba Asanda Mbeche and Jeff Moloi in studio. Let me just compliment the weather first in Bisho. For the State of the Province address, always the weather is sunny. It's chilled. I can see it allows our distinguished guests to walk over this lovely red carpet with their lovely garments, the dresses and the suits. We spotted the Deputy Speaker Utatu Mlibo Koboshian. We spotted MEC of Health Umama Unomakosazana Math and Ulumga as forementioned, the choir that is behind us. Also seen a St. Matthew's High School choir, abantwana abancinci basuka all the way from Keskama. Ngoko ke sizawuphinda ke sijonge ichwe zabe siya kwigate ze-security apho kuzabe kuqinisekisa ukuba wonke umuntu lapha ukumele ukuba abe lapha. Asanda, let me throw it back to you, studio.
Well, thank you so much. That's Lumka Bekindao and Ntombaqolo Matiwane, who will be standing outside throughout this morning, giving us some of the action that's happening right now. But they will also be with us after the Premier's speech to give us reactions from the political parties and the guests that are here at the legislature here in Bishop. But before we move too to the Premier. We see now the Premier has completed inspecting the police parade. He's moving to the legislature where the Speaker of the legislature, Helen August, will officially receive him and bring him into the building where he'll make his way to the chamber and to get ready for this session to officially start, and then he can speak. So we're moving closer to 11 o'clock when the Premier officially delivers the State of the Province address this morning. Let's talk a bit, Christopher. We spoke about the issue of floods that happened earlier, but we have areas like the Nelson Mandela region that's struggling with a drought. It's not something new. It's been rolling for a period. Do you think that at this stage, the Premier should have something of substance to talk about on how government is planning to address that issue?
Yeah, there's a long-term problem with water in the Eastern Cape. At the moment, a lot of the Eastern Cape region has got too much water, and they've even called in the army, apparently, to try and deal with that and to rebuild some of the bridges. But PE has got a long-term drought problem. That part of the Eastern Cape, once this El Niño cycle is moved over, we're going to see less water throughout the Eastern Cape. And in fact, a lot of places, even like Butterworth, you'll see full dams, but they're not getting water in the taps. So that's a matter of infrastructure maintenance. And a lot of the water that is in PE, the very little that they're getting, is leaking out of the system, at least half of it. Yeah.
We see the Premier making his way. He's just been received by the Speaker of the legislature right now. They're taking pictures with some of the dignitaries and members of the legislature that are here. So we are really moving closer to the speech being delivered, Jeff.
Yeah, it is indeed. But if we could continue engaging Chris, I mean, the Premier would have been sitting for a long time preparing for this day and looking at budgets and what he has available, all the long-term promises that have been made. And then the rate of massacres, it just climbs at an alarming rate. And the floods, of course. How much of an effect do you think that those factors would have come in?
Well, one of the problems with police is that the police is a national government, so it's not under Oscar Maboyane's hands, and it's a problem that a lot of provinces have been complaining about, that they've got police under national, and they can't attend to the real problems on the ground. So I'm not sure what they can really do about crime, apart from complain to national to get more police numbers. It seems like we're in an unofficial austerity state at the moment, where the government is cutting budgets on health, cutting budgets on police. But there's no explanation of why that's happening. Is there a fiscal crisis? As I was saying about water leaking out in maintenance not being maintained, there's also money leaking out of the system. So it's not like there's been a shortage of money. In my experience, there's often a lot of money around, and then it disappears. Somehow it gradually filters out to various patronage networks and disappears.
You know, Christopher, this issue you guys are talking about policing.
Yes. Yeah.
The Western Cape has been arguing for the devolution of powers from national to provincial and more also to metros, for them to be able to manage the budgets for policing.
Yes, exactly.
It's a tussle that's been going on between the Western Cape and national government.
Yeah, the Western Cape's been pushing.
But politics play a role there, where the ANC, which is at national government, says no, the DA will not get its own powers over policing in the province it governs. Do you think at this stage there really should be a discussion about devolving powers of policing more to provinces and metros?
Well, I think so. I mean, at least that's the argument the Western Cape is making. I haven't seen that coming from other parts of the country. It's always a bit of a tussle because at the end of apartheid, one of the big problems was centralization. We had a heavy hierarchical centralized state, and they asked for localization. So we did a lot of localization. Municipalities got a lot of control, and unfortunately, that's been a complete disaster. So our municipalities are folding all around the province.
Yeah, as we are looking at and hearing the St. Matthew's choir from Kaiskamahuk at Kobo entertaining us there outside, entertaining the Premier, it's a big day for them. Asanda, if we could maybe just talk, from we've been covering these events for years, and it's always important to measure what has happened over the years, from Premier to Premier, all the different strategies, because making all these promises is one thing, delivering on them is another. What are the maybe long-term promises that maybe we have not seen in this province in particular? I know you've been based in the Western Cape, but you were from here. What are those that we see all the time and we think that, maybe there should be delivery here and maybe not? There isn't.
I can recall from back when Premier Makekese Stofile was in power in the province,
And that was a long time
right
ago.
down to Premier Nosimo Balindlela. We've always had these projects and these areas where government at province would always say would revive the old factories at Dimaza.
The tea
Fort
estate.
Jackson will also
Butterworth.
get revived. The Umzivu Dam project,
Yeah.
the N2 Tollgate project. Every year, one administration after another, we hear about how provincial government will be adding resources, but also moving forward. But I drive quite often to Dimbaza, and I can barely see the difference. Yes, you'll see fencing happening in 1 year. You will see one factory being revitalized 1 year, and then it lies empty for another 2 years, 3 years, and then it gets vandalized by the community. So it's one of the things that not only Oscar Mabuyane, but also the ANC in the province should really, really consider that discussion.
Yeah.
Are we really delivering on these promises?
And then to add to the more recent ones, Chris, here, you probably remember as well, because there have been quite a few recent ones as well, and we don't know if there's movement. We've been talking about the Dacha plantations, the hemp, always provides excitement at the State of the Province addresses, the Dacha plantations, the legalization of Dacha, and the medical the medical usage thereof, because that is another big source of income. We've been hearing about the tea plantations, and we don't know if there's any movement on these, and
There hasn't been much movement, for instance, on the cannabis industry. The problem was that there's always been a big cannabis industry in the Eastern Cape.
Was
and it's
illegal.
worked very well unofficially. But it seems as soon as it becomes an official thing, the whole thing gets shut down. So they should have made it legal long ago if they wanted to get rid of Dacha in the Eastern Cape. But the problem has been the licenses, and really it's inaccessible for the small-time growers to get access to those licenses. And that's where it really needs to happen. We shouldn't be empowering multinational companies who come in all of a sudden at the last minute and capitalize on this. We should be supporting people who've been putting politicians through school on this money for decades.
Indeed.
Since I was a child. Yeah.
We'll continue this discussion because the president also mentioned investment in the cannabis industry in the country. But for now, I want us to bring in our colleagues from outside on the precinct. We have Lum Kapegindao and Domboxolo Matwane who are outside. There's still more action, even though we're moving closer to the Premier delivering his speech. We see the young people from St. Matthew's High School.
in Kobo, yeah.
Yes,
Beautiful.
They are right there. Abantwana baseKobokobo abayana
And the
nanti
Premier has done
naye, ecula nabo phaa. Really
Soze
taking a
balibala,
group of
soze
things.
bawulibala lo mhla.
Abasoze bawulibala abantwana. Domboxolo, Lumka, kwenzeka ntoni phandle?
Enkosi kakhulu Asanda, ngoko sinayo Deputy Speaker walapha legislature umtata umlibo Xhoboshiyane. Tata sakubulisa njani?
Ndiphilile sisenkosi, mandibulise kuwe, ndibulise nakubantu ababukeleyo besemakhaya.
Ndiyabulisa Deputy Speaker. Ibaluleke ngantoni kuwe isopa kwaye zikhona izinto mhlambe olindele ukuba kuloku wisontetho zitshintshe kulo nyaka umilo ka2023 kungafani nespeech sakunyaka ophelileyo?
Nkosi msasazi. Kum eyona nto ibaluleke ngayo olu suku namhlanje kuba yingqophamlandu le kulapho urhulumente ezokwenza izibophelelo zokokuba besithe kulo nyaka kupheleyo sizakwenza into ethile. Kunyanzelekile ke ngokuna inkulumbuso idakance into kokuba ihambe yaphela phi kwizicwangciso nkqubo zophuhliso zeliphondo. Icangcatha ke kwitheme yalo nyaka ethi masihambe siyawuzinzisa abantu beliphondo bahlale kakuhle, kubuye isidima nesihomo sabo, kurestorishe idignity ye-citizens zase-Eastern Cape. Ithetha ukuthi ke kum loo nto ayontetho nje le kuba kumnandi okanye siyenza kuba siyolelwe, yintetho le emayihlaziye izazela zabantu abathunywe eburhulumenteni, abantu abathunywe uxanduva lokwenzela izinto abantu, ukwenzela into abantu abahluphekayo, abantu abangaphangeliyo, izibhedlele, izikolo, ezoqoqosho, nababethwe zizichotho, nabangenamanzi njengoba sisazi, kubekho impendulo nethemba elawuthi likhanye entliziyweni zabo.
Deputy Speaker, kwizinto ebezithenjisiwe kunyaka ophelileyo zikhona izinto ebesenzekile kwi-plans ebeke zathiwa dakanca kunyaka ophelileyo?
Zikhona msasazi, ebunyanisweni into kokuba ndinolwazi into yoba inkulumbuso yayidakance into kokuba kuzawunyuka uqoqosho kwii-IDZ zeliphondo. Uzayinika iripoti ebonakalisa into kokuba phaa kwelaa chweba lasengqurha, kwelaa chweba lasemonti zithini na izicwangciso. Uzawusinika i-update ngedimbaza ndiqinisekile, ngoomthatha, ngooQueen Industria, ngooButterworth, nazo zonke i-rural enterprise, ukuphuhliswa kwamaphandle, uqeqesho lolutsha ngakumbi kule program kapresident. Ingabe iqhuba njani ezikolweni njengoba sibonile nje uba imfundo ithande ukuba bhetele kunemeko ngaphambili, but imeko yezikolo iyehla, ziyaqhekeza, ziyavandalizwa, ubudladlunge buyenyukela. Zizinto esizawufuna ukrwela umgca wenzela uba abantu bakwazi ukuphila, bakwazi uhamba ezitratweni, bakwazi ulala ebusuku. We expect the Premier to pronounce solid decisions on those issues.
Nantsi ikwayari yabantwana emveni kwam, Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
Kupasiwe ngo-77.3% apha Eastern Cape. Qabaqaba uthi huntshu nje kubantwana kulo nyaka uba mabaqiniseke ezifundweni zabo.
Ebunyanisweni msasazi sichulumancile siyavuya kukuthi abantwana noxa besuka ebunzimeni kodwa bekulaa quintile 3 bathi noba baphume ezindleni bengatyanga, noba abazali baba baphangeli, kodwa ithemba lisentliziyweni zabo zezoba they will be the torch bearers of this province. We are so proud of them. Yanga bangangadinwa, bangangatyhafi, bayazi into kokuba upper the sky indeed zikhona into ezakwazi ukuphumelela.
Enkosi Deputy
Thank you very
Speaker,
much.
ngutata umlibo Qhoboshiyane lowo ulapha e-legislature. Mandizibuyisele kuwe ke Asanda intambo estudio ndingatyanga xesha.
Sibulele kulumka lo ke nguNtombo Xolo Madiwane rather. Jeff, we were having this conversation about the promised investment in the cannabis industry. It's now discussed as an industry, but for the Eastern Cape, it's something that's been happening for generations, where families, communities have farmed cannabis to sell. To send their children to school.
Yeah.
But now that it's being discussed as a formal industry, as Chris mentioned, we're now seeing investment that's going to multinationals, with less investment on locals. How do you think that issue should be addressed, particularly by the Eastern Cape?
I like it when the politicians speak, because I know that MEC Meth has spoken about this. I like her ideas about that. Just like, we lost the opportunity with gold mining centuries ago. This may be something that will take us forward, our economy, and maybe we don't repeat the mistakes that were made in the past. I like it when they say it, that not only must we farm it, but whatever needs to be done, all the conversion, industrialism, because that's where the job opportunities are. What you do with it, whether you make medication or whether you make clothes, whatever that you do with that industry, that it must be made in the country. Is that going to happen, Chris?
Well, you could make an argument that it would boost our textile industry, which was hurt by globalization. By opening up our economy, our textile industry has suffered, and that's one way we can have agro-processing. There's often talk about agro-processing in these State of the Province addresses, but that's definitely something that could be addressed. I don't know if there has been progress in this regard. One of the problems, though, is that the regulations are very strict, and so that's why it's really wealthy capitalist investors that are going to be able to profit on this. And it's perhaps they need to consider for small town operators different regulations that could at least help people on the ground.
I like what you said, that maybe this is not the time to take it away from the people that have been doing it for years, that it must stay, and then because they know how to farm it. And that's a big, you can't change those hands.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, we're busy. We've been talking about land, agricultural land, and how people don't have land. I mean, that doesn't have to be land to farm food. I mean, this is another good example of how that can be fixed, and giving land to the people.
Let's bring in our colleagues outside. I understand Lumka Pekindau has the official opposition, the DA, outside with her as we move closer to the State of the Province address by the Premier. Lumka?
Thank you, Asanda. Yes, of course, we are still here outside, and we know that the Premier is about to do the State of the Province address. But right here with me, I'm not alone. I am with the DA, Mr. Bobby, who is the chief whip of DA. He's going to tell us today about maybe their expectations and also the other things that we will have to discuss with him. Mr. Bobby, welcome to Mpumagapa TV.
Thank you.
Today, we know that we've been waiting for this beautiful day for the State of the Province address. I know that there are things that you are expecting that the Premier will address today. So, as far as I know, you are only two here, the two members of DA. Where are the other people?
Well, thank you for asking that question. Right now, there are hundreds of Democratic Alliance delegates arriving at our Provincial Congress in Graaff-Reinet. Unfortunately, the date of SOPA was changed from the Thursday to Friday, and it was impossible to change the dates of our Congress. So I'm here as the Chief Whip representing the Democratic Alliance.
Oh, maybe you can just tell, what are your expectations today?
Right, my expectations are very simple and very clear. I believe that this government is facing a crisis of credibility. People are looking for concrete action. So what will SOPA mean to a parent who's got a young child with talent and ability who's sitting at home and doesn't have a job? What will SOPA mean to a person who has a dying relative and calls an ambulance that doesn't come? What will SOPA mean to the business owner who can't operate his business and is retrenching people because there's no power?
Right.
What will SOPA mean to people who are sitting in dysfunctional municipalities where there are no basic services?
Thank you so much, sir, because of time.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Right now, that was the DA Chief Whip who was explaining to us what are the expectations that the DA wants to hear today from the Premier of the Eastern Cape, Premier Oscar Lubabalo Mabuyane. Back to you, Asanda.
Well, thank you so much, Lumka. That's our colleague Lumka Bekindau chatting with Bobby Stevens, who is the chief whip of the Democratic Alliance, which is our official opposition right here in the Eastern Cape. But Jeff, as we continue our conversation, one of the issues the DA raised right now is when the Premier speaks, he has to talk about things that matter to people every day. The business owner who's struggling to keep his business afloat. The person who goes to a police station and needs to be attended to because issues of crime. But also bread and butter issues, things that affect and change people's lives. Do you think we can really expect much? You know, we were talking about, Christopher had mentioned that it seems we're unofficially in a state of where there's no money flowing to social services. When we move towards the Premier delivering his speech today, do you think we can realistically expect much in terms of money, plans going to everyday issues for people?
It's really going to be difficult. I mean, there's something that, it's nice to think about the long-term issues, and there's something that we mentioned. Whatever you had planned, the reality is that businesses are suffering because of load shedding. They're not making targets. People are stuck. Children, I don't know if children are able to travel to schools in those areas, especially places like Coffee Bay, that where many dozens of bridges were swept away. I don't know if those projects can wait. And I heard last week the mention was 4.5 billion rand set aside for damages. And I think that was for Komani. Coffee Bay had not happened. I don't know if these things can wait.
We had a conversation with the Premier in the run-up to this day, where we asked him about some of the things that are priorities for his government this year. Let's have a look at that conversation we had with Premier Oscar Mabuyane, but some of the things that are priority for him this year.
This province has got a huge potential. It's actually a virgin land. It should contribute better in the GDP of the country. So we've got to look at the micro economics part of the challenges that we have, opening factories, and we've been working on that. We've been dealing with some basics around that in actually rejuvenating or resuscitating our Fort Jackson, Dimbaza, etc., Butterworth. We're working around that. So we want to create jobs for our people. There will never be peace if our people are not employed. People must wake up and do something. It will help us to lessen all the crises that we have, crime, abuse of drug abuse, and that we're seeing now, because many young people have got nothing to. Also to look at the issue of education. 55% of unemployed youth in our province are young people without grade 12, because if you look at it from the system, the education throughput, we lose number of young people who enter at grade 1 who don't finish at grade 12. So we've got to look at that. Doors of learning have been opened, so there should be no young person who is not at school. So education is going to solve a lot of problems for us. The issues of inequalities, you better be looking for a job with qualification than to look for a job without qualification. So we've got to improve the issue of skills development, and we're working hard on that, working with SITAs and everyone else. So that's what we would want to see. I can tell you, with the implementation of some key catalytic projects that we've spoken about, Mzimvubu, N2 highway, gas to power, or LNG on the other side. With a couple of those kind of projects, now the fracking is back, the shale gas, the minister has gone gazetting on it, we're going for that. So we've got to look at the issue of the energy generation and how we support that, to support the industrialization, working on the issue of manufacturing. Auto sector has been very good for us for more than seven decades. So we build on that. We're looking at other companies potentially to come our way. We want to consolidate our province.
Well, that's the Premier right there, Oscar Mabuyane, in a conversation we had with him earlier, where he was talking about some of the things they want to deal with. He said they want to deal with the issue of education, with a serious concern about young people dropping out of school, where they all start together, but the number that makes it to matric is reduced significantly. As much as the Eastern Cape improved in the pass rate for matric last year, but there's still a big concern about young people dropping out, which then makes it difficult for them to find jobs. And you were saying that you need to have a qualification. You'd better be looking for a job with a qualification than not. But, you know, one of the concerns I have around that is, what is it that leads to young people dropping out of school?
Yeah.
Why are young people dropping out of school? But before we go into that discussion, I understand our colleagues outside are with somebody who can talk to us about what we can expect as we move closer to Premier Oscar Mabuyane delivering his State of the Province address. Lumka Ntombaqolo, who do you have outside?
Enkosi Asanda ngazo zozibini ndinotata uMahlubandile Qwase yi-SG ke kwisebe lezemfundo apha ephondweni. Molo tata, kunjani namhlanje? Siyaphila tata khonto. Tata, kweli phondo sinomcelimngeni ngakumbi kweli sebe lezemfundo. Siyabona izikolo ziyadilika, kusekho abantwana abangenandlela zokuya ezikolweni, banqumla imilambo, kuyasokoleka. Kungaba namhlanje kwisontetho yenkulu baphathiswa yephondo utata Oscar Lubabalo Mabuyane ungalindela ntoni kwaye agxininise kweziphi indawo apha kanye kweli sebe lemfundo?
Sasazi ndicinga ubana uPremier uzawugxininisa ngakumbi kwi-target ebeyisekile uqala kwakhe ngo-2019. Sithe lisebe lalapha Eastern Cape funeka libe liqabele ku-80% ekupheleni kwale 6th administration. ndicinga uba uzayibethelela loo nto leyo xa ejonge iziphumo zalo nyaka uphelileyo. Kodwa ndicinga ubana ukuzama usombululana neengxaki ozichazayo ezinokwenza ne-infrastructure uzawunyathela kwinto yobana yimalini mhlawumbi enothi isenze benokuthi siphucule umgangatho we-infrastructure, sidilishane nezi-disasters ngakumbi nangakumbi ezisandusehlela ngoku nezinye ezingezinye ezisehleleyo kule minyaka engaphambili. Komcimbi wee-bridges yenye into endicinga uba uzawubethelela kakhulu kuyo eyenza into yoba abantwana bethu xa kunee-disasters bangakwazi uwelela ezikolweni. Laa nto ibisehlele nangelaa xesha besibhale i-examinations kulo nyaka uphelileyo, abantwana bakacaca uba baphantsele kungabhali kuba ezinye ii-bridges ziqhawukile, imilambo igcwele. Yenye into endicinga ubana uzawunyathela kuyo ukwenzela uba i-education system yethu ikwazi usebenza ngendlela.
Enkosi tata, siyabulela. Lowo ke bingutata uMahlubandile Qwase, yi-SG ke ephuma kweli phondo leMpuma Kapa, iphondo ke lalapha kule legislature eliphantsi ke kotata uOscar Lubabalo Mabuyane. Ingatyanga xesha ke Asanda, back to you in studio.
Well, thank you so much, Ndombo Xolo. That's Ndombo Xolo Madiwane, who's just speaking to Mahlabandile Qwasa, a veteran of the ANC in the province. Jeff, we can see right inside the chamber, everything's getting ready. We're all moving closer to the Premier delivering his speech this morning. But our number has grown. It's not just you and I and Christopher this morning.
Renalyn Tate Thapelo Tsilapedi.
Thank you for the
That's Dr. Thapelo Tsilapedi, who will be joining us as we continue with this conversation around the state of the province for the year 2023, what we can expect, some of the issues that we can expect the Premier to talk about, but also some of the big issues that have been on people's minds, on people's lips throughout as we get ready to the Premier delivering his speech. We were talking earlier about the Premier talking about some of the issues that he sees as priorities. He talks about projects that they would want the province to have. He raised concerns about young people dropping out of school, improving skills development. I want to bring you in on this conversation to talk about what are some of the key issues, priorities must be addressed that you think he should be talking about this morning.
Look, I think obviously the SOPA is about looking back at what the government has achieved over the past year. So he needs to definitely talk about the infrastructure projects that I think the province has been doing, particularly with regards to roads. I think that's been the big or the mainstay of the province economically. There's been also quite a number of private investment into the province as well.
We're going to have to fix your mic quickly. We apologize for that. We need to fix Dr. Tsilapedi's microphone so that you can hear him properly. In the meantime, we're going to go back to you, Jeff, and you, Chris, when we were talking about concerns that need to be addressed, one of the issues being education in the province.
Oh, yes.
It's great to say the matric class of 2022 is great, but even the Premier says the numbers are far less than the numbers that started at grade 7 with the same class. How do you think we should address that?
Well, why are people dropping out? It's maybe because they're not... there seems to be a problem with many of our schools. There's some excellent schools in the province, and then there's a lot of terrible schools. And it seems like really the problem is accountability. So every year at SOPA we have a number of figures, large figures with billions in them, listed and rolled out about what the province is spending their money on. But what we don't hear much about is what's happening with that money or what happened with that money. So it is about progress reports and accountability. I know Oscar Mabuyane came on a new dawn ticket, said he was going to clean up corruption. Last year he was talking about special investigating units, looking into corruption in government. But really what's happened from that? It's a bit like the Zondo report. We've got a massive Bible full of books about the corruption, but then really what's coming from that?
Yeah. And maybe if I could come in there, has our government, especially the Eastern Cape, the national government as well, have they solved the rural, the scattered development that we have in provinces like the Eastern Cape, where you find people everywhere? I know that it directly affects schooling in this province because you have children talking about dropping out. We have children that have to walk 10 kilometers and more.
Yeah, everywhere you go, you see.
And that becomes their norm. And we're talking about now the floods, and those are some of the people that become victims because there's a flood. You have to get back home and you see that the bridge, you want to take your chances. Maybe
Yeah, there's been children drowning regularly in the news.
and some of those factors come in, and you can talk even about provision of water and the roads to the rural areas. I don't know if we have Dr. Tselapedi back. Just, has our government been able to sort out the problem of scattered developments that we have in our province, for example? And there's KZN as well, it's a very similar situation.
No, I think the issue of focusing on the road infrastructure is quite important, obviously linking up different towns that are quite scattered. There's obviously the issue of around gravel road that I think he's addressing in that regard. But obviously you have to understand that I think the Premier is obviously presiding over a province that with low levels of development, sort of a rural province as well. So I think there needs to be an addressing of very basic services. And I think there are attempts in that regard, but obviously, we don't, of course, see what you talked about earlier, issues around corruption that's not been quite tackled. So I think he needs to speak on that. I think you are quite right, especially the sort of level of uneven development in the province, whether there is a network in a particular area, or there is no network, Wi-Fi and all of that. I think there needs to be addressing of all of those issues. So that's certainly one of the issues that he should be able to speak on. But given also the private sector development in the province, as we saw with last year's speech, I think there would be sort of investment into those areas as well.
We talk about the issue of corruption, and Christopher also mentioned it. Earlier, Jeff, you spoke about money, disaster relief funding that was supposed to come for fixing roads after the previous floods. Last year's floods, which happened in this province, in KwaZulu-Natal and other provinces as well, when we spoke to the MEC for Kokta, it said the province was expecting 1.2 billion rand to come from national government for relief, disaster relief, in relation to last year's floods alone. That money is expected to come in February once the national budget is tabled. But then there are concerns. What will happen to the money? Will those low-lying bridges be fixed? Will those roads be fixed? Should there be more focus on whether that money does what it's supposed to do or it ends up in somebody's back pocket? How do you think, Christopher, the Premier should be addressing issue of policing of public funds?
Well, there's been investigations. I don't know what's taking so long with prosecutions or why it's not made public. We're not really. One thing that's a problem with the State of the Province address is we don't get a frank assessment of what are the challenges. There's a lot of successes, but on the ground we know that there's serious problems in the province. So the question is why isn't that addressed? Why isn't that shared with us? What are the challenges? What is holding back development?
Yeah, and while you're talking about that, I mean, we keep making the example of the Jokabi municipality, where people are not. It's Jokabi command. There's this standoff right now between national government and the municipality, whether that municipality is going to come under administration. And now you're thinking that these people are due to be receiving all these funds to fix what has been damaged infrastructurally and all this money because of the floods. Who's that money going to go to? Who's going to administer it? Whose hands? Is it going to be the national government or this municipality that is so discredited has been, because it's been, the floods came when there were daily demonstrations in Komani.
Yes, when we spoke with the MEC for Kokta, Azolile Williams, he said after the visit by the National Minister for Kokta, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma, they went to visit the area and they went then back to Cabinet to give a report. So it's a matter of when Cabinet makes the decision to put that municipality under administration. And as you're saying, who then handles the money that's supposed to fix the work there? But Tapelo, I want you to come back in here on this issue. You raised the issue of a largely rural province. And when we're talking about issues like this, where money is due to go to fix gravel roads that were washed away by floods, what are some of the things that need to be happen right now? People need some communities are still cut off. What are the things that the provincial government need to do right now so that people can continue with life? A person can go from their village to town, to school.
I mean, look, obviously, like I talked about the issue around the programs around road infrastructure. There is the scholar transport system. I think the province has also spoken about. That's been obviously a heavy toll, I think, for the province. If you look at the previous addresses, in terms of the immediate relief, you know, at some point, obviously, within the executive, people, us being outsiders, we're not able to obviously monitor some of these, how the financing is done. But I think the sort of internal mechanisms, you know, whether it's the AG, whether it's the CFOs who look at how all of these things are spent. But obviously, immediately, it's to make sure that people do have their livelihoods, that houses are rebuilt, that they're able to have adequate, obviously, hospitals, services that are able to address some of whether psychological, but obviously health implications of what may have happened after the floods. Those, I think, are the most immediate pressing issues that the provincial government will have to focus on.
Xa ujonga wena Jeff, njengoba namhlanje sithi imini enkulu kuyinkulumbuso yephondo. Abona bantu inkulu kubo le mini ngabantu beliphondo, abantu abalindele inkonzo kurhulumente. Mhlawumbi ngokwakho ukubona zeziphi izinto abantu abalindele into yokuba xa ithetha inkulumbuso namhlanje ubomi bam funeka butshintshe ngendlela ethile.
Yo, yabona ngoku Asanda bezikhona izinto yabona ngoku wonke umuntu ufuna umbane ngoku yabona into ngabikho kombane number 1 because imisa yonke into uthi ngoku ubustrugglisha ulapha kustrugglisheni yabona lento ba ngoku uzingazuba nombane ngoku kuphele 8 hours 9 hours kanambani kwabanye ungabuyi nokubuya nakulo xesha bumelipheli shading ingxaki zakho ngoku i-reserves obunazo ngokwasezimalini ziyehla ngoba kufuneka ngoku uchithe imali ubungazuzichitha because abantu i-fridge zabo bezinokutya ukutya kuyabola so incitho leyo abantu bengakhange bazilungiselela uba bazawuba nayo so into yombane ngu-number 1 and then kube imisebenzi uba nalo mali izawuvela phi nayo ngoku because abantu abaninzi kweli phondo eli siyalabazi sithetha ngabantwana upremier bethetha ngabantwana afuneka babe ne-skills mna ndithetha ngabantwana abasebenazo skills kodwa abanamsebenzi bahleli nezo CV zabo bathumela i-CV yonke imihla so ngabona abantu abo ingxaki apho ikhoyo
Ingxaki endiqapheleyo apha ephondweni ingxaki amanzi. Uphila lo mpilo ngoku into yoba unawo umbane ngoku amanzi awunawo. Xa unawo amanzi umbane awukho. Isikhalazo sikhe sakhona kakhulu koomasipala baliqela ne-BCM ikhe nayo loo ngxaki nasebhayibe bekhe bakhala ngaloo nto abantu bathi amanzi angabikho. Xa ekhona asiguli yeya abantu konakala izisu ngoba awuyazi noba mhlawumbi acocwa ngokufanelekileyo kula madama oomasipala bawakha kuyo okanye iphi ingxaki kuyo yonke loo nto.
Kuthi sekunetha abona antu zikothuka uba njengoba kunetha kangaka zawuphela izimvula uzawufika kusithiwa amadami awona amanzi njani ibe kunetha ngani into njengokomani iminyaka isokola ngamanzi asazi noba ke kuba ezimvula zikhoyo uba azawuphela nalo manzi uba la manzi njengoba esiwa nje kunetha imvula aya kwezi ndawo amele baya kuzona afika kwi-catchment areas igcuwa umasipala wasegcuwa usoloko libele nje igama usoloko nengxaki yamanzi nayo so ingxaki yamanzi into enkulu apha zawusithi urhulumente kwafuneka azame icebo.
We're getting closer. We're almost like, 10 minutes to the Premier delivering his speech, his State of the Province address in the chamber right this morning. As you can see inside, everybody's seated, getting ready for Premier Oscar Mabuyane to deliver his State of the Province address for the year 2023. Let's continue our conversation. I want to bring you in here, Chris. When we talk about all the big infrastructure projects that the Premier has been talking about in previous years, there's a concern that, yes, it all sounds good, but on the ground, we're not seeing much. Could it possibly be an issue of underinvestment, or is it an issue of we need to bring in more private investment to drive public service projects?
There's a question of these bridges, for instance. There's Mthentu Bridge, where they had a 1.6 billion project, and then it was the community that shut it down. So that's out of the control of the provincial hands. But the question is, why did the community shut it down? And now it's been switched back on. It's now 4 billion. It's gone from 1.6 billion to 4 billion. In the original project, I think it was an Australian company and a South African company, South African construction company with a partner. Now it's more than twice the price, and there's no South African partner. So there's no local skills development. They've got a Chinese company that's going to come in, most likely with Chinese workers, and no doubt they'll get the job done as they do all over Africa. So how come they're able to do it, and how come the Australian South African partnership was not able to do it? Why was the price inflated by so much? Those are the questions we need to be asking.
Well, we're going to continue this conversation. One of the key issues we've had, one of the biggest problems, we mentioned the issue of crime earlier. One of the issues that the Eastern Cape has struggled with is the issue of gender-based violence. When we were preparing for this day, for this broadcast, we also had a conversation with Masimanyane Women's Rights Center, an organization that deals with, that supports victims of gender-based violence. Let's have a look at that conversation we had with Olipona from Masimanyane.
We want a plan, a clear plan from the government to tell us how they are planning to eradicate gender-based violence and femicide. And we want to see a coordination between the government departments, because at the moment they're working in silos. Like I said, there are children as young as 10 years old who are falling pregnant in numbers. And that's very alarming. And also we know that 10-year-olds can't consent to any sexual activities. So those pregnancies are a case of statutory rape.
Well, that's Olipona from Masimanyane. They're raising a seriously concerning issue when we're talking about gender-based violence, but she also spoke about how young children as young as 10 are falling pregnant. And legally, they cannot consent to having sex. So whoever sleeps with those children is actually committing a serious crime of statutory rape. And it's a concern because, one, it seems schools are not doing enough when a child falls pregnant at that age to report the matter. It seems communities are not doing enough to address that issue. But also it's a concern for policing as well. It's a long, ongoing discussion about whether people who commit such crimes should get bail, because then families and children fear for their safety. I'm really interested to hear how the Premier will address that issue. We had protests on the Justice for Namhla. We had the case of that young student who was butchered and put in a suitcase, where gender-based violence is not just happening in homes, but also in tertiary institutions where young people are being violent towards each other, particularly towards their partners. I would really love to hear what the Premier will say in relation to that this morning.
It's a really deep societal issue that we have been struggling with in South Africa. It ties into the whole issue of crime, the amount of crime that happens, and obviously the weaker amongst us are going to suffer the most, women and children as far as crime is concerned. And there are so many countless statements. I dealt with Masimanyane previously, and countless cases where the police are not playing the game. They won't open cases because they say, what did you do? Maybe go back and talk to him. And they don't do what all the necessary things that are supposed to be happening. So it's a multifaceted problem in South Africa.
Tapelo, when we were talking with Olipona from Masimanyane, one of the things she mentioned about the Eastern Cape in particular is how, as a largely rural province, mindsets are a problem when it comes to dealing with issues of gender-based violence, where she was saying even when a woman in a village goes to report an incident at a police station, the mentality around there is that go home and talk it out with your husband. In our communities, these things are addressed privately by families. What's your take around how we should be changing mindsets, particularly in rural areas, around gender-based violence?
Look, I don't think it's an issue of only sort of rural spaces. I think you'd find it also in urban spaces as well, where particularly you go to a police, and it doesn't have to be your husband, it can be an uncle. You find that a lot of rapes occur, usually not just intimate partners, but people who either live close to you, next door, or inside with you. So that's also part of the problem, and I think that's part of the issue around detecting or sort of making sure that these things don't happen, sort of prevention, I think. So there is obviously a mindset issue around gender-based violence, and I think the responsibility there is obviously families, it's home, it's your community. I think there needs to be obviously discussions around that. And I think obviously it's worsening. There's a problem around how do we understand consent? What is consent and what does that mean? But obviously those sort of discussions don't come into play when you're talking about children, when you're talking about minors. A 13-year-old, you can't ask them to consent. So obviously there's a obviously deep, serious conversation, particularly with organizations that are focused on gender issues. Let them have discussions with communities, particularly men. But obviously there's the upside to this. Obviously there's quite a lot of cases around, sort of not just men against women, there's also the issue around women against men, particularly older women and younger men. So those sort of discussions, I think, need to be had beyond the discussion over what consent is.
Christopher, let's bring you in here. You work, you're with Fort Hare University, a tertiary institution, and some of these incidents of gender-based violence have been on an increase at tertiary institutions. Are tertiary institutions having the conversations they should be having with students, amongst students, about gender-based violence and how that's handled within institutions? Because parents send their kids, they're thinking, this is a safe environment. Are tertiary institutions having those conversations?
It's well, certainly at Fort Hare, there's been a total change at Fort Hare since over the last 5 years, where 5 years ago there was no policy on harassment and gender-based violence. There has now been a policy. It's quite a strong policy. There's been a lot of disciplinary action, and I think it really comes down to the leadership of the university supporting lobby groups, because there were active lobby groups on the ground for a long time, but they just weren't getting heard and weren't getting supported. It seemed like there was a kind of let's just try and keep this undercover. And I think by frank acknowledgement and bringing it out into the open, instead of being ashamed of what's happening, make it public, make it loud, and then that will put people in a corner.
Well, we see we are really moving closer to that moment right now. The Speaker of the Legislature, Helen Sauls-August, walking into the chamber right there, also welcoming the Premier into the chamber. So we are really moving closer towards the official start of this session, where the State of the Province address for the year 2023 will be delivered by Premier Oscar Mabuyane. Jeff?
And as we see there, some of the symbols there, the Nopkiri Gudu that is being held there with many connotations. Of course, the Gudu is being a sign of defense in the African sense. As we're looking at Lubabalo Oscar Mabuyane, the Premier, as is about to talk.
When you see right there, that's the moment of prayer that happens before the session starts. Let's go to the chamber right now, where the session is officially getting underway.
Honourable members and guests, can the noise just subside in the chamber? Thank you so much, honourable members. Before we commence with the business of the day, may I take the opportunity to lay down some ground rules that will assist in facilitating our sitting. Members are once again reminded that this is a formal sitting of the legislature, and therefore all the standing rules of the legislature applies. Members and guests, please keep your cell phones and other devices on silent right throughout the proceedings. These proceedings are streamed live on YouTube, Facebook and Twitter of both the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature and the Office of the Premier, and 22 Eastern Cape community radio stations, as well as Mhlobo Wenene FM, to accommodate those who could not be accommodated within the precinct today. Furthermore, these proceedings are broadcast live on Mpuma Kapa TV as well as ENCA. Honourable members, just to note that the Sergeant at Arms will just deal and note those who are not dressed in accordance with Rule 79.1, and they will then be handed over to the Ethics Committee. At this particular point, we need to acknowledge our guests. We have a huge variety of guests that is here. The Premier will acknowledge those specific that have come as per the invitation of the Speaker of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature and also by invitation of the Premier of the Eastern Cape Government. Our kings and queens that have graced us here, you are most welcome. The Provincial Commissioner that is with us, members of the Provincial Legislature that is here with us, the leaders representing the Khoi and the San, Contra Lesser, and the traditional leaders, our judiciary that is led by Judge Beshe. Welcome our ministers and deputy ministers, the National Chief Whip. Welcome back, Honorable Pemi Matudina. A special welcome to you. I think everybody still misses you in the house here. The consulates that is with us, you can just raise your hands. Everybody can see the consulates that is sitting here. I can see that they are there with us. Also the troikas of the metros and the district municipalities, if you can raise your hands, the mayors, deputy mayors, speakers, all local municipality, the mayors that is here with us, the Chapter 9 and 10 institutions and SALGA that is with us, our broad legislature stakeholders that we have invited, and those are from the sporting fraternity, from the specific schools that we have invited, our child ambassadors, those that have entered conversations and dialogues dealing with issues that is affecting young girls and also the young men's parliament that we've had, our radio and pre-SOPA publicity winners seated at the gallery. Where are you seated? Can you put up your hand so that we just see you? Those that have phoned in and answered some questions and won them a seat here, it's the first time. Welcome to the legislature. And they are telling me that they did their homework before calling in. Oh, there they are sitting, yes, thank you. Can you give them a round of applause? As well as we have learners from Ebenezer Majombozi, yes, as well as JS Kenjana, the school. Where is the principal and the learners? I'm not quite sure. They should be sitting that side. Yes, can we also give them a round of applause? Yes, welcome. We are pleased that you have decided to join us today, and we hope that you will enjoy this very, very important tabling by our Honorable Premier for the State of the Province Address. It is always an important event on the calendar of the legislature that this legislature can invite the Premier to come to the legislature and table the State of the Province Address, giving us direction where government is going, and then we as the legislature have the onerous responsibility to make sure that we then oversight vigorously those commitments that is made in the State of the Province Address. Let me first allow the Secretary to make a few announcements, and I hope everybody has settled down and we are all ready for this, but I think just a few House proceedings and a few issues that Secretary needs to table. Thank you. Over to you, Secretary.
Guests are required to remain in their seats for the duration of the address by the Premier, and where there is a need to move out, this must be done with no disturbance. Number 2, all cell phones must be switched off or put on silent for the duration of the address. We also plead with our guests to refrain from using a camera flash when taking videos or pictures inside the house. Lavatories or ablution facilities for guests are situated in the gallery. There is the men's one on my right and also the ladies' one on my left, and provision has been made in terms of water provision. As I've announced earlier on that we have a challenge with water, but these ones can be utilized by those that are not able to reach. The provision of ablution facilities that has been made right at the back in the parking area. There are ablution facilities that have been, mobile toilets that have been situated there for everybody. At the end of I must also mention that we do have our protocol staff that will also assist and guide people to the facilities. At the end of the address, guests are requested to remain seated until the procession of the speaker and the premier has left the chamber and until protocol and security staff indicate that the doors are open. We also have emergency exits that are behind the honorable speaker, also the main entrance to the chamber, and also on the public gallery on my left and on my right, there are exit doors. And should there be a need to evacuate in case of an emergency, there are evacuation marshals that are situated just outside that will assist people as they exit. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. I just made a few omissions and I would like to correct that. The First Lady is also in the house. How can we forget that? Mrs. Mabuyane is with us. I'm sure also here today to celebrate the birthday of the Honorable Premier. I'm sure he will have a whole day celebration today. We can give a clap for honorable members. I think we will speak to Mrs. Mabuyane what the Premier said yesterday in the dry run, how many seats must be accommodated. That was, as well as the Provincial Secretary of the African National Congress, Comrade Nukaya Toby is also with us. Welcome, Comrade Nobala. You are also welcome. Then from our partnership and our sponsors that we are having here, we are having Old Mutual, we are having FNB as well as MTN that have sponsored a lot of the things for this State of the Province address. So we also acknowledge your sponsorships in that regard and welcome for your representatives that is here today. Now, I think I have included everybody that I have left out. I will now ask the Secretary to read the order of the day and members to just to understand that we only have the one order of today. Over to you, Secretary.
Address by the Premier of the province.
I now call upon the Honorable Premier to address the House. Honorable Oscar Mabuyane.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All gifts are allowed. I'll definitely declare. Thank you very much. Am I coming all right? Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Judge President of the Eastern Cape, members of the Executive Council, members of the Provincial Legislature, members of the National Assembly that are here with ministers and deputy ministers, the Executive Mayor of Buffalo City, and with all other mayors that are joining us today, traditional and religious leadership. We've got our queens, kings, and the leaders from our House of Traditional Leadership, the members of the Diplomatic and Consular Corps, the Director General and the HODs, CEOs from our public entities, Chapter 9 institutions, distinguished guests. In that category, there is also Mrs. Mabuyane, as it was said, as a distinguished guest. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow citizens of our province, good morning. Molweni pondweni. Somlomo masibulele elithuba usinika lona lokokuba size apha kule ndlu sizowutakanca intetho yobume bephondo. We come before this assembly to share with the people of our province a story of good progress on the work we are doing in the 7 priorities of the 6th administration. In these priorities, our focus is on creating job opportunities for our people and making it a point that we deal with issues of education, health, the basic services, the challenge of roads and electricity that we are currently experiencing in our country. The year 2022 was an eventful year. We had times of hardship, but also moments of wonder that brought great joy in our hearts because they were an affirmation that our efforts of building the Eastern Cape we want are on track. Among key highlights of 2022 was the achievement of 77.3% matric pass rate. This is an achievement, an improvement of 4% from the class of 2021. With our sustained investment in education, we are propelling our province towards the achievement of the term target of above 80%, as we committed when we started in 2019. This is a story of good progress. On the sporting front, in 2022, Banyana Banyana won the Women's Africa Cup of Nations, beating Morocco in their own backyard. In that conquering Banyana Banyana team, there were 6 young women from our province: Melinda, Khadiet, Kolosa, Biana, Sibulele, Olweni, Bambani, Bambanani, Mbane, Kaylin Swartz, and Robin Moodling. Enkosi maqobokazana ngoba siyayazi amaqobokazana angalala endleleni siboyazi ba kunyembelekile. Siyabulela ke for putting the name of our province on the national and continental map. You are an inspiration to many young girls who want to take up sport as a career. We also wish Akhona Makalima all the best, as she will be flying the South African flag high as a referee at the 2023 FIFA Women's World Cup. She will be the only South African officiating at this World Cup from Ngamakwe to the world. Dabonba eyakho ke le xolo zinzame zakho ezo. From Ngamakwe to the world, sithi ke hamba ungemi magambo. We started 2023 with a bang as the Sunrisers Eastern Cape cricket franchise won the inaugural SA T20 championship 2 weeks ago. This beautiful trophy, which we should be able to see very soon around us, is indeed an affirmation of the good work that is done by sons and daughters of our province. In the public gallery today, we are joined by the coach, Adrienne Beryl, and the executive management of the team, represented by Vice President, Ms. Siva, and General Manager, Ms. Srinath. We take our hats off to all of you as a collective in that team. You have made us as a province very proud, I must indicate that, and solidified the position of the province as indeed the home of legends. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, fellow citizens, we are also had moments that dampened our spirits in 2022. The saddest of them all was the tragedy that struck in our province when 21 young people lost their lives at Enyobeni Tavern in Scenery Park. We commend the people of our province for the overwhelming support you have offered to the families who lost their children in that tragic incident. You display our unbreakable spirit of Ubuntu. We hope never to see a repeat of such incident anywhere in our province. The effects of the climate change also impacted negatively on our people with the natural disasters pounding on our province. This led to loss of lives, destruction of homes, and the reversal of our progress on the infrastructure development. Xa silapha namhlanje sicinga ngabantu base Inokumgijima, eKomani to be specific, abantu abazibone sele bengenandawo yokuhlala ngenxa yezimeko zezimpuphuma zithe zahlasela. Sinabo abo bantu ngeli xesha urhulumente wenza kangangoko ukuqinisekisa into okokuba ubomi babo bubuyela esiqhelweni. Criminality in all shapes and forms inflicted a vicious assault on our democracy. Leaving in its wake are people without a sense of feeling safe and secured in their homes and communities. We witness heinous crimes of mass shooting and killings in some parts of our province. Sicinga ngabantu base New Bright, sicinga ngabantu base Tanzeka phaya eBhityi eMthatha, nabantu bezinye indawo ezifana noMqhekezweni, oQuthubeni, njalo njalo, indawo ezithe gqolo zizibona ziphansi koxinezelelo lezigebenga nezigilamkhuba ukungcungcuthekisa ubomi babantu bakuthi. Despite these setbacks, we consider 2022 as a year of tremendous progress towards the fulfillment of 2019 electoral mandate. Our story of good progress begins on the economy because it is the key piece in the puzzle of poverty, unemployment, inequality, and that we are trying to solve. The provincial economy is on a path to recovery after the devastating period of COVID-19 in 2020 and 2021. We recorded growth in the Eastern Cape gross domestic product in the 3 quarters of 2022. Singayiqhwabela le ndawo. Thank you. As a result, the number of employed persons in our province increased by 144,000 between the quarter 3 of 2021 and quarter 3 of 2022. This is a story of good progress. The addition of 144,000 in our economy is a positive trajectory we want to maintain, because there are still far too many citizens of our province who remain unemployed. Every day, our minds are preoccupied by unlocking more opportunities for economic growth so that a woman, a man, a young person who needs a job can get one. Today, I want to assure the people of our province that more jobs are coming. We say so because in 2022, we made history by attracting 11 new investors at our provincial investment conference with a combined value of 46 billion rands. These are ShopRite Group, Cheza Pictures, Transnet Port of Ngquqa, Bentela, Sun Farming, South African Breweries, Mhlobiso Concrete, Toyota Material Handling, Sanaha Properties Development, Sandral, and Agora Lithium Battery. This was the biggest investment value ever attracted to the province economy in 1 year under the democratic dispensation. Of these newly announced investments, projects worth 1.3 billion are underway with 1,908 jobs having been created. Some of the 11th investors are in the public gallery today. Kwenzela singabe ngathi sithetha nje into zemqala yethu. Balapha ababantu sithetha ngabo abaze kunceda elphondo. Sibamemile namhlanje. Join me, honorable members, in acknowledging their contribution to our provincial economy with indeed a solid round of applause. Where these investments are located, our people have jobs. That's a fact. They earn salaries and can put food on the table for their families. That's very important for us. Last week, I visited South African breweries Ibai Brewery, where they are investing 510 million for plant expansion that will lead to more jobs. Ndiyekile uhlale ofisini. Ndikule ndawo that matters most because we must change people's lives. We cannot be preoccupied with paper shifting. We should be all out to ensure that we lure more investors to our shores. The new investment we received in 2022 take the cumulative total of the 6th administration to 171 billion. As a result of these investments, 21,664 people in our province are now employed in various sectors of our economy. This is a story of good progress made possible by decisive action we have taken to change the economic trajectory of our province. To sustain the momentum on economic growth and job creation, we need more investors to locate in our province. We therefore aimed to use economic diplomacy as an instrument to attract more foreign investors. That's why today we've got so number of consul general that are here, the diplomatic corps that is here from different countries in the world. The European support, the American support, Asian support, there are such ambassadors here. I can talk about Ambassador of Singapore. I met them when I went to the State of the Nation address, about 10 of them under one roof, because we must begin to talk sense to the international economy. Ours as South Africans is peace in the world. We are advocating peace. We are calling for the respect of sovereignty of our countries. That is going to be important for us to make sure that we are working together to move forward. It is our belief that through pursuing international partnership, we would be able to attract more foreign direct investors that will create jobs for our people. An ambassador from Singapore said he has never been in Eastern Cape. He wanted to come here, and we said, tourism board, make sure that this ambassador, when he lands here yesterday, you move him around, show him Tanzania, umnike yonke into ayifuna nasemTanzania. Kuzo zonke indawo noya kuzo. So ambassador, surely you had some awesome experience for being in our province over the last 24 hours. Of course, all other ambassadors have been here, coming in and out, the consul generals. So we're working very hard to make sure that we are able to harness that space. In the next few weeks, I will be leading a team to meet the Secretary General of African Continental Free Trade Area, Mr. Wanelemene, okwangwala pe Eastern Cape, apa eMakhanda, upaya eAccra, we head offices, Ghana. I will be meeting him there. The purpose of our visit is to engage the Secretary General on opportunities that we could exploit in the continent. We will also use that visit to visit Tunisia and Egypt to conclude agreements that will facilitate more investment to the provincial economy, particularly in the rural districts, to give our people a better life that we've promised them about. To scale up the work we are doing, we have established an Eastern Cape Economic Development Fund, which will recapitalize, which will be recapitalized with our private partners to unlock more future investments. Honorable Speaker, even in the toughest economic times, there are sectors that keep the provincial economy going, that keep employing new people and retaining existing jobs. The auto sector does that exceptionally well. We acknowledge the contribution of our OEMs and component suppliers that are actually resident in our province for the role they play in the livelihood of our people. We want to organize ourselves as a province as an auto hub, national auto hub. Any company in the world that think of coming in South Africa and invest in that space, that company must not think twice, must know cars are done in Eastern Cape, full stop. So opening up that and making it a point that we're creating a conducive environment for such. I know there are discussions already with another potential European company that is likely to come at this site in terms of South Africa. We want to make sure that that company goes there because we are consolidating this province as an auto hub, as we are also doing to look at how we consolidate our province as a pharmaceutical hub, building on what currently is done by Aspen in Gqeberha as well. In my recent engagement with the captains of the auto sector, I assured them that in the Eastern Cape, we embrace the transition towards production and consumption of electric vehicles. Many people think we have a choice on this matter. We don't. That is here and it is inevitable. We must modernize our production system speedily because the European Union Parliament passed a resolution to ban the sale and purchase of diesel and petrol vehicles in the market by 2035. That resolution has consequences for us because the EU is the biggest market for automotive products. I know Volkswagen South Africa has got some good discussions as well on the new generations that are coming, but that must be done between now and 2035. We've got to make sure that we really actually comply with international standards. I've tasked the Automotive Industry Development Center, Eastern Cape, to work with the private sector to implement projects that will actually prepare us to be ready for that particular moment, the transition to the electric vehicles. Key among these projects is installation of the public electric vehicle charging station in all key routes, enhancement of electric vehicle skills, and promotion of renewable energy projects to sustain demands of the auto sector. And these are projects for the future in our province. That's why we talk about your Agora and others on lithium investment. These are companies that are coming up to look at spaces to open up factories in our SEZ. We are paying a particular attention to component suppliers in the sector because they are as important as car manufacturing companies. We are aware that many component suppliers have financial challenges which makes it difficult for them to service their contracts. We will collaborate with the private sector to establish a component supplier development fund to expand access to finance. That's a serious transformation intervention. One area that has been bothering me when it comes to the auto sector is the one of panel beaters and mechanics, which is a thriving business in townships. Many panel beaters and mechanics in our townships are missing out on the lucrative contracts, particularly on government fleets contracts. Today, we are announcing the establishment of an auto sector aftermarket program that will benefit 300 panel beaters and mechanics in our province. On behalf of mechanics. The program will be rolled out by the AIDC Eastern Cape, and it will focus on the training capacity building and aftermarket funding over the next 3 years. Our vision with this program is to capacitate panel beaters and mechanics to access the 40 billion annual spend by the insurance industry and the 100 million spent by government fleet. So leyo izakuni apho ezilokishini nalapho ezilalini bantu bakuthi abo banesakhono sokwazi ukulungisa imoto. Siyayibulela ke into kokuba elithuba linje nilisebenzisa. Honorable Speaker, despite the odds we faced on the economic front, our two operational special economic zones continue to be our beacon of hope and our centers of excellence. In the last few months, the East London IDZ has attracted 535 million investment, while the Kucha SEZ has received corresponding investment value pledges of 557.7 million. Manufacturers in the East London IDZ created an additional 1,200 jobs last year. The development of the infrastructure at the Wild Coast Industrial Park in Mthatha is progressing very well. I hope that uMayor wase KSD ulapha, no Mayor wase OR Tambo balapha, because that needs their support. It must be their baby. It must be babysitted by them, working with us to ensure that that initiative doesn't fail, for us to be able to facilitate the economic development in the eastern part of our province. Our work on revitalizing industrial parks is continuing over and above what we will be doing there. We are working on Fort Jackson, Vulindlela, and Komani, as well as Somerset, and those ones have already secured some investors that are currently operating in those industrial parks. In Dimbaza, we have completed roads and bulk services, and the electrical network has been upgraded. We have further injected 35.2 million to upgrade the water waste treatment plant there in Dimbaza. When we said we are going to open factories there, we meant it. Yes, of course, we are creating a conducive environment for factories to open. You, Sotolopi, your worship Pagati, make sure that you have sleepless nights, going all out in ensuring that we get investors to go there, start opening up factories to operate. Similarly, we are also investing 14.5 million to refurbish 10 sites in Fort Jackson Industrial Park and 10.8 million for similar work at the Butterworth Industrial Park. Madam Speaker, the retail sector has been a formidable partner in bringing retail services closer to the people. Not only that, but the sector is also creating large-scale employment in our province. Last year, we opened the doors to 500 million new boardwalk mall in Gqeberha. The development created more than 1,300 jobs during construction and over 1,000 permanent jobs post-construction. The cherry on top is that 80% of work that was done on site was completed by the local subcontractors using local labor. It's important, I see the MEC's minister is here for small business. I think is very much interested on how are we making it a point that we support these small businesses, these small contractors, emerging contractors, to participate meaningfully in the opportunities like these. The future looks even more brighter for the retail sector in our province. The reason we say that is because the ShopRite Group is investing 1.5 billion in a distribution center at Gqeberha that has created 955 jobs, and Sanaha Property Development has pledged 542 million to build the Boxer stores in our province. Bayazo Mayor, dide wonke umuntu onomhlaba makenze umhlaba available. We don't want a single investor that comes here, gets frustrated because you cannot avail land immediately when an investor is here to actually invest in our areas. All investors will be housed by the municipalities in your towns. You must move with speed. We have actually done. Actually get the momentum we've created from national as well as from the provincial space. Our vision is to partner with big retail companies to build distribution centers across our districts in the province, prioritizing especially small towns. I'm making a special appeal to the traditional leaders and local municipalities to avail land to private investors for economic development for the benefit of our people. Masisebenzeni sonke kwenzela into kokuba sibethe ngesinye ukuqinisekisa uba umsebenzi uyakhawuleza. We are having an ongoing conversation with the retail sector to scale up sourcing of goods such as vegetables from the local farmers. To make this possible, the government is assisting local farmers to massify production to meet the demands of the retail sector in terms of quantity and quality. Honorable members, agriculture is a sector where we have a comparative advantage as a province. We have said it before, this is where the livestock is found. We want to increase the contribution of the sector to the GDP and create employment opportunities for our people. Our programs to support farmers continued in 2022, as our programs will continue in 2023 and move on to other outer years of our medium-term expenditure framework. We completed 91 infrastructure projects that benefited 1,549 smallholder farmers and created 921 jobs. In the new financial year, we are scaling up this program by investing 139 million to implement 184 infrastructure projects that will benefit 3,132 small holder farmers in our province. We are investing significant resources in high value chain commodities such as grain, citrus, vegetables, and meat. Last year we planted 21,000 hectares, benefiting a total of 8,900 smallholders and 15,200 subsistence producers. This year we are scaling up the program by investing 102 million to plant 27,000 hectares. We are further investing 50 million to support commercial scale production in fruits, grains, livestock, vegetables, piggery, and poultry commodities. Our province is the second largest producer of citrus in the entire country. We are following Limpopo. Citrus growers in our province were adversely affected by the price hikes on a number of inputs due to the COVID-19 pandemic and the war in Ukraine. We are putting measures in place to avert any possible liquidation of this business, as that will threaten industry transformation and lead to job losses. The National Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development has already granted approval to redirect funds from other projects to implement the bailout intervention and particularly in our province. And we are finalizing implementation processes of this much needed intervention. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, you all know that the struggles we had with the Magwati estate that threatened the very existence of that important employer of the people in Lusikisiki. The good news we are bringing today to you is that the estate is on a path of self-sustenance. Our intervention at Magwati sustained 1,558 jobs in the impoverished communities of Inguza Hill and surroundings. We have started with the diversification and commercialization of products in Magwa, Majola, as promised in 2022 State of the Province Address. We included Magwa and Majola tea products in the Eastern Cape government transversal contracts. This is a breakthrough in the public sector market and will be able to improve the company's revenue to actually generate revenues generation model. Magwati has expanded its market footprint to the hotel and hospitality industry, such as Premier Hotel. Ubheke Premier Hotel ngoku uzawufika uphunge iti yaseMagwa. I-Premier Hotel ke yile i-owner o-ICC apha nezinye hotel. We are engaging your Southern Sun and all other big industries in the sector to make sure that we are together. And sathethi ke ngoba as offices zikahulumende zonke ingedle zifika zidibane neti yaseMagwa ubone ba wenza njani. Uba yihle. And sayithoba ngenkani. So we really appreciate the response from the industry on this one. Ndambona uMayor wase-Sajonis unoba uthi engathi ziya ngase-eMagwa kakhulu andibona u-pepping up kodwa nasemajola ngamawele la sibethe imajola sibethe iMagwa as well. Ever since I was introduced to the Magwati product, I have not drank another tea brand. Let us all buy local produced products. Yes. And Roy boys, he better vale too. Kupa yongi kuping nilikiti, kupi stress, ube right. Magwa has entered into a partnership agreement with SAPI to sell timber and revitalize forestry plantation within the estate. It's part of the diversification that we're doing in that. This is another significant investment which presents an opportunity to accelerate the development of forestry plantation. Magwati is indeed a good story to tell. Aquaculture is an agricultural sector we are focusing on to exploit the vast oceans and estuaries and rivers that are abundant with marine life in our province. This sector is still in its infancy in the country with an estimated production less than 10,000 tons per year, while Egypt, which leads the rest of the continent, boasts of nearly 1.6 million tons of production per year. Yabona ke into abantbheke Egypt. Andibuzi ibhubhi andihambi vachola, ndihambi into eziserious. We're engaging our partners in Egypt both from a technical and funding modality point of view. The target of this investment is in Mbashe. You know the tilapia that we've been speaking about. We can't lose that one. Ndiyamazi botolo khona apha inobumamele into ba kuzawuthwane ngetilapia. Ingati confusion ikhona. We'll never drop that one. It's a catalytic project we have spoken about. It continues. So that project is important. We are also working on Kucha initiatives as well as East London IDZ. In the State of the Province Address of 2022, we committed to contribute inputs that would streamline regulatory processes to enable the development of the cannabis and hemp sector. We did that, that there are 91 hemp cultivation licenses that the Department of Agriculture, Land Affairs, Land Reform and Rural Development has issued to our people, only small holder farmers in the Eastern Cape. So lamcimbi we-hemp ubalulekile. Uqala pha kuye uye udadele enzulwini ukuya kula mcimbi we-cannabis. It's part of that industry that we are working on. That is the highest number of permits issued in the country. This shows that the people really want to get involved in the cannabis and hemp cultivation. Sifuna nje lamthetho Speaker, Honorable Chief Whip from the National Assembly. Lamthetho phakathi pha ko-health no not rural development or agriculture ukhawuleziswe phaya ke ingxaki esinayo abantu bethu abaninzi who have been involved in this industry when besayixoxela bayibheka ngaphi ngoku bane-criminal records. So we are looking at possibilities, appealing to government, us working with national, to look at possibilities of amnesty so that those SMMEs can be allowed to go back and start actively participating in a very legalized environment. So it's important that we don't leave them behind. It was not their choice. Actually, they were very much advanced than all of us, knowing that this is a very big industry, the cannabis industry. For medicinal use, this cannabis. Fellow citizen of the Eastern Cape, this year marks the 110 years of the enactment of the abhorrent and notorious Land Act of 1913. Ulwamvila ke lwalo mthetho lavuka kakhulu sithi thina bantu abaye bahluthelwa amalungelo abo sacinezelwa sanyashelwa amalungelo kuhluthwa umhlaba wethu ngendlela engeyiyo. So siyalwazi ulwamvila lwalo mthetho ba zange lusiqhubeka kakuhle. Yiyo lento sisekule meko sikuyona namhlanje kwelicala sikulo ingakumbi xa usiya kwi-eastern part of our province. It is for this reason that we remain committed to the program of land reform. In this current financial year, government redistributed 4,834 hectares of land to beneficiaries. Ndingabalula ke abantu abafana noZizo Dumezweni eAmathole, oSimpiwe Sandlana eSarabatman, uSisipho Martinez eJogqabi, uVanetia Yanse eSarabatman nabanye abaninzi abathe bakwazi ukuxhamla kule meko karhulumente ye-land restitution and land redistribution. They are receiving government support, what is important, to be successful farmers. Yiyo lento xa sithi abantu besenza ibango lomhlaba, mabangenzi nje ibango lomhlaba, mabenze ibango lomhlaba ngenjongo zokuphuhlisa, bephuhlisela isizukulwana nabantwana baba basezayo. ungathi masinikwe imali because imali kulula uyifumana, imali uyinikwe, baninzi abanikwe imali yaphelela imali esithubeni. So siyafuna ke ukuqinisekisa into kokuba ngale ntsebenziswano sibheka phambili. Isebe likamama uThoko Didisa lisixelele into yoba kwilizwe lonke lizawuqasha amagosa ezolimo ayi-10,000. Kulo 10,000, i-1,500 yaloo magosa izawuqeshwa in our province. So we really appreciate that intervention because that's how sizawukwazi ukuphucula imfuyo nemveliso yabantu bakuthi bakwazi abantu bakuthi ukulungela intengiso noshishino phaya kwi-agriculture as a sector. The graduates who have a qualification in agriculture must grab this opportunity with both hands. The work of establishing a vet school at University of Fort Hare is progressing. We hope a declaration will be made before the end of this term, that is before the end of next year, by the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation. We are rolling out an elaborate food security program that will ensure that our people work the land, feed themselves and expand into commercial opportunities where their scale of production allows. We are going to invest 45 million to support 22,620 vulnerable households, targeting women, youth, people with disability, and military vets towards the food security program. Fellow citizens, we have a gem in this province that is unmatched from tourism point of view. Please take time to visit the tourism sites of our province on weekends and during holidays. Thatha abantwana bakho uphume xa bephumile, ungahambi uye kwenye province ushiya ezi zinto sithi zi-gems esinazo apha ozawuzifumana. Abantwana bakho bafunde le province bayibone kakuhle ukuba le province indeed isenokwazi into kokuba ibe yindawo ezakwazi ubanika some actually greener pastures. It gives me a great pleasure to inform you that from January to December 2022, 5.7 million domestic tourists visited our province. This was 700,000 more compared to the previous year. Tourist contribution, or tourism, contributed 8.6 billion to the provincial economy. There is no doubt that the smart marketing approach we implemented is successful and must be sustained so that we continue with this kind of good work we're doing. We will continue to roll out infrastructure to improve access to tourist destinations and parks in our province. Through the Eastern Cape Stimulus Fund, we invested 7.5 million to build 4 additional chalet and viewing deck at Hluleka Nature Reserve in the tranquil stretch of our Tambo district. Hluleka is a Jonis Sodulu. Akunjalo, is a KSD, is a Nyandin, Ningalungai, Nobindaun, Ilape Eastern Cape. To facilitate access to our tourism destination, we continue to prioritize the improvement of roads such as the road to Hluleka. Sesimgqibile first phase by Hluleka with 20 kilometers surfaced. We are getting into that road down to the actually nature reserve so that our tourists can have an easy access into that part of our province. And also, we are working hard on the newly gazetted road that we are working on, which will be moving from Vichisville to Coffee Bay. Siyayazi abantu base Coffee Bay nabo banengxaki ngokusithethayo ngenxa yale ngxaki yezikhukhula zenzekileyo. La ndlela njengoba besitshilo nomphathiswa wezendlela, umphathiswa uMbalula iza kwenziwa. Contractor has been assigned njengala ndlela isuka eCala okanye eElliot ibheka eNgcobo. We are engaging airports company South Africa to help us make it easy for international tourists to fly directly into our province. The problem of limited international and domestic flights into the province is not only about tourism, but also about reducing the cost of doing business in our province. Honorable members, one of the growing economic sectors in the province is the film industry. In these past 4 years, government invested 23 million in a localization incentive scheme. The return on our investment was 389 million, which resulted to over 6,900 jobs and benefiting 572 SMMEs during production phases of these projects. Our province has attracted international and local production. Thousands of South Africans watch our groundbreaking TV series, Gqeberha, The Empire. Ndiyayazi uba kuthiwa ke ifilimu ifana newine, it matures ngokuya ixesha lihamba. Kodwa imbi into yoba abantu base-Eastern Cape bathi sebefumene i-opportunity yokunikwa i-content into the national screens, ibe ngabo kuqala abangayi-understandiyo the value chain and the economy of such opportunity. We want our people to support initiatives of this nature. Abantwana xa usiya phaya babona umzekelo omhle kakhulu, yi-career on their own. Last week, I met the crew on set, and they were enthusiastic about intervention in the film industry, which is an excellent catalyst for youth employment in the province. Xa ndihiya pha ndifike kugcwele abantwana abancinci babukelwe phaya, kuyatshadwa, sifike kukumtshato pha wamanyani. Abantwana abancinci bayobukela pha. You can tell all these big stars when they are here in front of them. It's unbelievable. Phaya, the entire street is so occupied by the business. Abantu banekise ngezindlu zabo, abantu kuyasetyenzwa. So this is an opportunity that is brought about by this. Funeka ungayigxeki into ungayazi, uqala uyi-understand, uyilandele. Uba ufuna uyibukela kusuke ungayibukeli. Kodwa masiqhubeke sisupport i-initiative ezinjengezi endaweni uba sizigxeke singabantu base-Eastern Cape. Makasiyeke into ye-self-hate as people of Eastern Cape. Nobuse Gauteng, nobuse Kapa, uMandelwe, yiyeke into ye-self-hate. We want to take this province from where it is to a level where it is supposed to be, so that abantwana bethu bangabi nayo le ngxaki yokuba babe yipart yale migrant labor system that we have suffered kuyo. Madam Speaker, research attests that thriving SMME sector is key for job creation and economic growth. Initiatives supporting SMME access to finance and markets, as well as intervention that leverage the public sector spent for support SMME remain a priority for the province. Uyalwa ke uMinister apha uStella Ndabeni Abrams. Ufilish ba i-province, or mayor, or masipala, they don't seem to be really grappling well with this LED concept. And all our municipalities are developmental local municipalities. We've got to understand that it starts there and push it and lead it. It must be championed by mayors, it must be championed by MECs, Amalungu Parliament, all of us here collectively to make sure that we really unlock the potential in the SMME sector in our province. In this regard, the Department of Economic Development, Environmental Affairs and Tourism, working with the Eastern Cape Development Corporation, are upscaling the implementation of SMME support. We are working with other partners in the development finance to upscale support for SMME. The CEDA technology program, through its incubation unit, supports 14 incubators in the Eastern Cape to the value of 29.8 million. Honorable members, we all agree that we need to scale up on our youth development interventions. The number of young people who are not in the education, employment, or training in the province is at alarming levels, requiring a targeted, decisive intervention. Nivile into kokuba abantwana bethu abangena ku grade 1 sine percentage high as compared to other provinces when it comes to the end of the road, grade 12. So siyabaluza emisigade abantwana bethu apha endleleni. Sibabone begcwele izitrato bengenzi imisebenzi efanelekileyo. So we've got to look at that and begin to look broadly on the issue of the skills development, targeting also that cohort of our young people. This means we must scale up skills development initiative targeting this group of young people, as I've said, and channel their energy in the right direction. Not all young people aspire to be entrepreneurs. We are collaborating with various sector education training authorities private sector, national youth development agents, and other role players to implement various education and skills development programs for our young people. These include bursaries that we're giving to our young kids in universities and TVETs, internships that we're giving to our people for the experiential learning and learnership and other experiential learning opportunities that our young people are also benefiting from our government. We talk thousands and thousands of young people that are absorbed by these interventions. We remain committed to ensure that youth-owned businesses continue to benefit from preferential procurement policy of our government. All state institutions must speed up the implementation of youth-responsive planning and budgeting framework so that we can improve from the current baseline of 8% to the 30% target stipulated in the National Youth Policy by the end of this term. As of December 2022, 203 million rands was spent on 3,900 youth-owned Eastern Cape-based businesses. We are calling on young people to grab this opportunity with both hands and ensure that they invest in their own businesses for sustainable growth. Into esingazuyenza kukuthi xa kuziswa ii-projects karhulumente kubekho abantu athi bafuna u-30% we-local content abangenanto kwenza ne-business interest. Whether it's 30% or 1%, we want to create jobs. We want those to be made available to real business people, real SMMEs, real entrepreneurs, not people who want money and start moving around using this money for all the other ulterior motives. A few years ago, we set up a fund dedicated for young people and called it Isiqalo Fund. We wanted to assist young people to take the first step into the world of commerce. Honorable MEC Mvoko, we have got thousands and thousands of applications, proposals from young people on Isiqalo. It shows that young people are not just looking for employment opportunities. They want to be part of this value chain to create jobs. So, as a Siqalo, siyasebenza. We wanted to assist young people, young entrepreneurs to take up this opportunity and make sure that they step into the world of commerce. There is now more demand for Isiqalo seed funding from young entrepreneurs in our province. Isiqalo mos ayo loan, base kunikile. Kanti usemcimbini uyayiqonda lento uyifunayo iguqula ubomi bakho same time. Ukwazi uqinisekisa into yokuba you develop all the big businesses in the world started from that embryonic thinking. Build on that, give young people an opportunity to go out in the world and express themselves. Today we announce an increase to the Isiqalo Youth Fund. It is now 100 million over 3 years. Soon, the fund will be 100 million over a year. But we're starting with this to make sure that we expand on what we've been doing in the last a few years. We are confident that this investment in the young people of our province will give us a better returns in terms of job creation. Isiqalo Youth Fund is a story of good progress. Many young people in our province carry the heavy load of student debt. This affects their aspirations to improve their lives and the lives of their families. We must remember that when families send their children to school, they want them to have a better life. It's only education that is going to help us to address the inequality, to address the underdevelopment, to address high levels of poverty that we have in our province. So it's important to get those young people to school. Last year, we intervened to provide student debt relief amounting to 50 million for students in our 4 local universities. Last year, we've been continuing over the last 2 or so years to assist in actually mitigating problems of fees must fall, etc. That's why there's been less in our province. It has been out of intervention made by provincial government to assist our kids. Those who cannot finish their degrees because they are owing, they cannot be allowed to register. Those who still want to come into the system, they couldn't get NSFAS for a number of reasons. So we are creating this opportunity for our kids to make sure that they are able to get this. So that 50 million that we committed last year, we are continuing with it again in this financial year to make sure that abantwana abangenathemba ngokusithethayo abangazofumana certificate nakulona unyaka sizawukwazi ukubanika, and loo mali sizayinika ezi universities zalapha zoyi-4 because sithi ngcono umntana asokole umsebenzi enesidanga sakhe esandleni endaweni uba umntana abe frustrated kube ngakwazi ugqiba idegree, kube ngakwazi ubhatala euniversity, neuniversity ezinemithetho elushica ngamanye amaxesha ezingathi azinantliziyo. Siyafuna iuniversity ke zinoko zingabi zi-ivory towers, ziphile kwi-society yethu and understand how best we must come closer and assist our people. But as a country, and it as SRC president, I was once an SRC president. I'm becoming passionate when I speak about how to assist young people in universities, the importance of education in universities. But as a country, we must seek permanent solution to the issue of fees in the higher education. I have observed that even the middle class does not afford to pay fees in higher education. Otishara, amapolisa, yintsomi leyo ngathi bazakwazi ubhatala imali ezi-university abakwazi ukuyenza loo. So i-means test ibakhupha out ku-NSFAS bangabi nayo enye indlela yokuncedakala. Sibe nale impression yongathi they can afford. So we must actually relook at this, actually review how we are really assisting these actually young people out there. We're dealing with these cases almost on an ongoing basis to support our kids. Honorable Speaker, our efforts to bring yanibona masanukhathazela. Ndiyemuntu ozothetha apha namhlanje. Our Honorable Speaker, our efforts to bring more young people into the labor market have been aided by the implementation of the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative. Since its inception, thousands of young people have not just benefited from the program, but have also added value in areas where they are placed, especially in our schools. Again, we want our youth to see this initiative as both an intervention to reduce unemployment levels in our province, but also to equip themselves with skills and experience for entry into the formal job market. Honorable members, as the 6th administration, we are equally committed to scaling up our intervention of ensuring that full participation of women in our provincial economy is actually realized. To this end, as government, we need to lead by example if we want to see the private sector coming on board and non-governmental sectors to follow suit in embracing the mainstreaming of women in the economy as well in the society. As such, we will continue with our efforts of going beyond meeting our equity targets as it relates to the recruitment of women in senior management positions. I would like to commend six government departments that have met the minimum gender equity targets at the senior management service, which is an improvement from the 3 that we reported in 2021. We are rolling out development programs to middle management level, and this gives us confidence that by the end of the term, all government departments would have reached their targets. Although 7,298 women-owned Eastern Cape-based business benefited from the provincial government procurement spend to the value of 413 million in the current financial year, we have directed provincial departments to increase this number and ensure that at least 40% is spent on women-owned Eastern Cape-based companies. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, our infrastructure delivery program is a strategic initiative to diversify investment across the province. We are relentless in pursuing 6 mega infrastructure projects, which are N2 highway, as you all know, Mzimvubu water project, Eastern Cape Transnet initiatives, N2 nodal development, undersea cable, and the Wild Coast SEZ. We talk about more on that. We are expanding. We are now bringing back the shale gas, the exploration of that. Minister has gazetted that, and we believe that these are opportunities that we once spoke about. Now they are back into the equation. So there are such a number of initiatives. Your gas to power or your LNG project, it is now gaining momentum down that side. I had a meeting with the Kucha team as well as the minister and his team on the eve of State of the Nation address to address some of these bottlenecks to ensure that we move with speed and agility to actually attend to these sort of initiatives for our province. One of the most critical infrastructure in any economy is the road network, as it facilitates movement of people and goods. We want to play big on logistics. We can really be another hub if we look at the issues of logistics. The work of transforming the Wild Coast corridor through the construction of the N2 Wild Coast project is gaining momentum. For the people who do not know the area I'm talking about, the project is implemented to benefit 2 of the poorest districts in our country, Owar Tambo and Alfred Nzo. I can tell you, with implementation of that project and completion, the socio-economic outlook of that particular part of our country as well as the province will actually completely change. Late last year, a contractor was actually given a site to start establishing on Mtendo Bridge. You know the story from Mtendo Bridge. That work is underway with all other road networks that are happening around that particular project. So we are moving there with speed to ensure that the construction continues as it is expected to start by March this year. This is a 4 billion investment by our government to redefine the economic development landscape for the entire Pondoland region, using roads as an enabler for sustainable economic development. This is a story of good progress after delays on this project. We are moving with greater speed, working with Sandral to construct a number of road arteries that are connecting into that space. I won't mention those roads. I'm just moving with speed. You will see yourselves, but contracts have been awarded to make sure that that area is changing completely. We're working on the greenfields and bridges as we have indicated. Plans are at an advanced stage for the rehabilitation of Nguza Hill Memorial Roads, upgrading of roads within Ntlavukazi Village, Lambasi, and R61 to Bambisan, and all range of roads that we are working on with Sandral to actually develop that area indeed to become a tourist and economic epicenter for opportunities of our people. We are also going to attend to the roads from Dwalane to Ntafu, Funtafu, for Bambisana, Jalonjal. Then we are moving forward with those roads. They are in your speech. I might not necessarily deal with them, all of them. The N2 Wild Coast development is a foundation for our province to also benefit from the Eastern Seaboard development, which connects the Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal. Over the last 29 years, the development has been over-concentrated on our urban areas, Buffalo City, as well as Kucha, because of SEZ that we have. We are trying to expand that, look east, where also many people, the majority of our people reside, to make sure that these opportunities and interventions are reaching out to them and really change their lives where they are. They don't have to come to East London or come to Gqeberha for them to see better things in their lives. While I'm on this point, I'm pleased to announce that the blueprint to guide our work in the Eastern Seaboard development has been gazetted. I encourage fellow citizens to submit comments in that exercise. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, we are also constructing roads projects worth over 4 billion in other districts across the province. MEC will come with that detail during his policy speech. So all those roads, you can think about them, we've been talking about. Akukho nanye ebesiyithethile ezawulahleka. Ebesiyithethile when we started for 2019, all of those, we are leaving no stone unturned to make sure that both us, provincial and national, we work with our local government to deliver on those. Yeah, cheers. I must say to the people of our province, we want to fix all roads they tell us about. We know those roads, we know where the roads are damaged, etc. We are working on that, but the reality is that we cannot do all of them at the same time, because about 90% of our roads here are gravel roads, only 10% that are surface roads. But we are going to be working with all the engineers relevant to see to it how do we work on the sustainability of roads that we're doing. Because even the paving we're doing, looking at all what has been having floods, they flood everything. Nendlela ukuthi imkile ngoba isele yenziwe mhlambe ezondlela ze paving etc. Thus far, 5,600 people are employed in the current road construction. So, xa sisenza infrastructure programs, we are creating jobs for our people. It's not just about the end use of that product, but the ngoku sisebenzayo amathuba emisebenzi abantu bakuthi ayavela. Rural roads pose an everyday challenge of access to our communities. The solution to this challenge is a proper construction and maintenance of rural roads. And kwazi ungagxili kwezi zinto abantu bamamele into ba indlela zabo ezibaxakileyo in rural areas. For people to go to town, get services, they must have proper roads, have ezo bridges that we've been talking about. We are in the process of buying 36 new items of yellow fleet plant machinery, which we will use to strengthen our efforts on roads. Sibuyisa onontente. Njengoba sithenga ezi yellow fleet, sifuna le nto ye-maintenance yendlela. Siyenza nomasipala, aba nontente bebehleli pha, siyayazi ke into bebezenza ezininzi, bangazenzi ezi sibafunayo. Kuye kwenziwa indlela, sigqithe kwezinye izinto. We'll prioritize districts that are prone to disasters. This program will open further opportunities for youth employment. Ezi disasters sithetha ngazo, i-bridge ngokwezimkayo zi-low-lying bridges. That's the reason why we are not going to fix those low-lying like bridges. Xa siyokwenza i-bridge, masiyilifte laa bridge, ibe yile bridge efanelekileyo for laa ndlela. So we are working with national to make sure that we get necessary support, as Minister has indicated in his budget speech, that they are putting more effort and resources to support on this. We are doing technical assessment so that all those bridges, we not just fix them for the sake of fixing them, but we fix them for the permanent solution for whatever that comes later. We are consolidating damage caused by the floods on our roads and bridges with aim of sourcing more funding from the national government, as I've indicated. So we're working together on this one. Our rail and port infrastructure is also receiving attention. Transnet Freight Rail is planning to open the line from Kronstadt to the port of East London. At the port of Elizabeth, 1,200-ton slipway project is to be completed by March. The grain elevator at the port of East London is operational. The imports and exports of maize have started with 2 vessels handled. Besithe sizosebenzela uguqula ubomi babantu bathi sizi experience that our people have been longing for in our province, and make sure that this province participate meaningfully in the economic development space. Honorable members, our national and provincial development plans identify the provision of water supply for domestic and commercial use as critical for economic development. In previous years, we made a commitment that the Mzimvu Water Project will be implemented during the 6th administration. I'm pleased to announce that out of our relentless pursuit of this catalytic project, this has actually been realized. Government has committed money to make sure that this project starts. Indlela eziyaphaya elaleni as a first phase siyagqityezelwa. We have been told that more than 8 billion for first phase is going to be done. The minister said towards the mid-end this year, the project will be in full swing implementation in that. States SA General Household Survey of 2021 indicates that our province is progressing towards achieving universal access to water. Yingxakekele yoba sifakele ibhalk nantontoni amanzi angaphumi ezitepini abheke ebantwini. Access to water in our province now stands at 71%. We are scaling up reticulations of water to our communities through the multi-year rand bulk infrastructure grant amounting to 10 billion. Thus far, we have spent a cumulative amount of 6.8 billion. Yimali pha with district municipalities le from national to make sure that lo mcimbi wamanzi uya attendwa. Pha kwaXhorha sigqibezela pha the last phase pha kwi-project ye 577 million. Abantu baseXhorha bakwazi ufumana amanzi angazukwazi ukuqhawuka ndawo. Kodwa sifuna ingxoxo ngoku ekhawulezileyo ezawuthi lo mcimbi wamanzi ingathi ngesushiya pha ubulk kwi-districts municipalities kodwa sijonge lo mcimbi we-rediculation ubheke komasipala because eSarabhatman apho sinalo arrangement asinazo ezingxaki ezingaka zamanzi angakwazi ukuphuma namanzi aqhawukayo. Lo mcimbi wamanzi yimpilo. It's one of non-negotiables esizibekileyo komasipala into yokokuba uba uzokwazi ukhupha amanzi etepini kutheni kufuneka kube ngumeya kutheni kufuneka kube ngu-MM. Why must we have that municipality? Because that's a basic service that must get to our people. Honorable members, if I were to choose where the heavy rains we are experiencing must go, I would say Nelson Mandela Metro. Niyayazi ingxaki esinayo pha eNelson Mandela ye drought that has been prolonging for a longer period in that part. We are working in that space to ensure that we attend to that drought issue. We are doing the three things to mitigate the challenge. We have mobilized the community to use water sparingly to avoid day zero. Water usage in Metro is very high at 280 megaliters. It has to be reduced to 230 megaliters. Secondly, we are managing demand by installing pressure reduction devices in areas where high water use is detected. We are also working with private sector to repair water leaks in that area. I must commend the Nelson Mandela Metro Business Chamber for the leading role they are playing on this program. The third action we are taking is sourcing additional water from boreholes, groundwater development, as well as exploring desalination. The good news I'm bringing to the people of Nelson Mandela Metro is that Department of Water Affairs will commence with the construction of Kone Balancing Dam in September to ensure more water storage capacity. In the short term, water tankers will continue to assist in providing water to the communities. Challenges of access to water requires us to have innovative solutions. We implemented 7 spring water projects in our municipalities. Emalahleni, AP Quma Ntsika yethu, la amanzi emithombo, siwaconnect emithonjeni akacimi, acocekile, asempilweni. Siqinisa loo nto, we're going to be expanding that project to make sure that this work that we've done, we've seen benefiting jobs as well as economic development in those areas, it's continuing without fail. We are going to expand this initiative to other communities as water never stops. Coming out of taps from the spring waters, as I've indicated, this is a story of good progress we have seen out of rural development. When we talk rural development, we talk about initiatives of this nature that are implemented by various role players. Rural development is a cross-cutting function which requires strategic partnership. Hiyo lento that we've removed it now to be in the office of the Premier. Yes, continue. We have also made big mistakes on the eradication of sanitation backlogs from the 62% to 30%. We are working with the national government to reach unserved communities, especially in the homelands. This thing, Yaman's, is pain to our people. We've got to spend considerable time, make sure that all of us as we're seated here as leaders, we go and address this issue. The N2 Nodal Development, which is a strategic economic and housing provision intervention program in Gqeberha, is progressing. There is a need for a greater speed. I've spoken to the mayor of Nelson Mandela around this Bay West. I've spoken to the mayor of Buffalo City to make sure that we provide the bulk infrastructure and move with speed. Honorable members, the 2 Africa cable has landed in Gqeberha and will be ready for service by December 2023. The landing of this sea cable, which amongst other things, will improve connectivity in the municipalities across the province. The issue of connectivity is not a luxury. It is a security matter in the environment where crime is rife. The provincial broadband project continues to be rolled out to connect government sites, which includes schools, hospitals, and offices. It is through our investment on ICT infrastructure that we are now able to digitize operations in government. We have now e-health, e-education platforms that have led to improved efficiencies. In the past, people who wanted to apply for government posts had to buy envelopes and post applications. But now our people have an access to this, our new e-recruitment platforms, which makes it possible for people to send their application in the comfort of their homes. This is a story of good progress. To date, we have connected 982 sites through the broadband initiative. Vodacom is expanding broadband coverage in rural communities. They have spent more than 34 million connecting 23 villages. They have now investing 71 million to connect 86 more villages by June. MTN is also doing work there. They've invested 600 million just in the Eastern Cape region to protect network. Ingxaki yethu apha yi-vandalism. People are stealing those lithium batteries in those towers that you see. They are destroying the infrastructure. Our people don't have network. We must declare war on vandalism, declare war on all these funny things that our people are doing. A former leader, as a former leader of students, I always take keen interest on the welfare of students. We've spoken about that, but it's important to indicate the work that we're doing from the higher education sector. The Department of Higher Education invested 2.8 billion to upgrade infrastructure in 16 TVET colleges across the country. Upgrade at Graf Reinet, Alwal North, and Ngungushe TVET colleges have been completed, with Ikala College campus in Stegspruit is under construction. This is a story of good progress. Government allocated 350 million to Walter Sisulu University for renovation labs that actually being done in that part, particularly in Mthatha campus. Also working on residences as well as improving the ICT. With the support of government, the Nelson Mandela University invested 623 million for infrastructure projects. The implementation of projects include the 1,800 bed residence development, a new science center and renewable energy projects to install PV panels. That's the work that is being done in Nelson Mandela University. Rhodes University is also implementing exciting infrastructure projects worth 308 million. In that part. All this work is done by the ANC-led government as a direct response to what we said we will be going to do to our people. ANC government understands exactly where do we want to take this country from. We know where we took this country from. We want where to take this country to. We know where we are and challenges that we're grappling with. We're bringing solutions because ANC cares. ANC understands the feeling and the actual challenges of our people. In 2019, we committed that the Bishop Precinct will take off. That project is actually under our microscopic view. It is going to be done. We're not going to leave this term without Bishop Precinct going up there. It's going to be built to make sure that all government employees have got access to better office spaces. Honorable Speaker, sustainable energy supply is vital for economic development, but also our people use electricity daily for their lives. So umbana is a luxury. The challenge of electricity in our country is regrettable. It is an inconvenience of all of us and is disruptive of business. Even now, COVID-19, COVID-19. I know challenges that are being experienced by our small businesses, etc., but we're bringing some solutions into this. We have listened to the presidents articulating how we are intervening into that space, but also what minister has said in the budget speech, giving options. All people are now allowed to really generate this energy on their own up to the 100 units, and what do you mean, 100 kilowatts. 100 kilowatts, so that we are able to assist. Ude wathi ke ngoku minister unayo ke ngone incentive. Uba uyenzile usenokwazi ubuyekezwa nange-15,000 because we want to take household and all other people off the grid to allow the grid to have more capacity for the reindustrialization of our country. As a province, we are putting in place short-term, mid to medium, long-term interventions to manage load shedding. We are acknowledging the steps taken by the Buffalo City. Thank you very much to lead into that Buffalo City we have seen, where we are doing Nelson Mandela and the business chambers and stakeholders in managing the impact of that. If Buffalo City is almost steps ahead. What is being announced national, they've already moved into that. Residents of Buffalo City would know it better. These steps are progressive in ensuring the balance between the business and the job sustainability. We are encouraging citizens to install rooftop solar system. I've done that. Let me move. The bulk of these projects that we are referring to are in the renewable energy sector and are targeted for establishment in Dabozuko. Here in Dabozuko, uzabane dedekhu pha elizakwenzeka le renewable pha very soon. That is work is being facilitated by East London IDZ. This is also an opportune time for the country to be decisive on building the nuclear plant in Tainsbend. We must agree on this one, Honorable Stevenson. We don't have an option. This country must be able to generate, this province must be able to generate and assist in improving capacity into the national grid. Madam Speaker, our country is endowed in oil and gas. 2 years ago, we informed this House about the intention to position Kucha and the Eastern Cape province as a gas hub, leveraging the discovery of natural gas in the area. Today, we report that the vast environmental authorization, which include the Mossel Bay and Kucha, have been gazetted and are paving the way to build a 400-kilometer gas pipeline from the Mossel Bay to a 1,000 megawatts gas power station in Kucha. Last year, we also made an undertaking that the multi-billion Hive Energy project in the green hydrogen sector will be one of our mega catalytic projects. Today, Honorable Speaker, I'm pleased to report that the green ammonium plant project, valued at 100 billion, is officially gazetted. We also welcome the announcement by the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy that legal exploration of South Africa's shale gas endowments can go ahead to establish its commercial viability. We support that exploration of the shale gas as a province. We have this message, we hope that this message will resonate well with all our investors and they will see that we are developing a long term to supply them with energy. Honorable Speaker, let me now turn to the work we are doing in the social needs cluster. There's a better way to start 2023 than achievement of there's no better way than the achievement we've seen in the grade 12. Don't want to say much about that, I've said it before. 77.3% is not just a fluke. It is a direct response to the plan we've put in place as this province. And we said in 2019 when we started, by 2024, when we exit this stage, we will be at 80% as this province. We are going there and we will be there, I can tell you. I invite all members of House to join me in congratulating Landingwe Kanyisile, the top achiever from Nyanga Senior Secondary School in the historical disadvantage category, and the overall provincial achiever, Clesin Kain, from the Grey High School, Grey Boy High. Balapha phakathi kwethu abo bantwana. Sineme nabanye abantwana besibanika kweza top achievers over the last couple of years. Uninzi labo bantwana bangogqirha. Those who actually made available, they're all doctors. It tells you that noba unomzalo onga-affordiyo ohluphekayo, go to school, dedicate yourself as a young person, study, commit yourself, you will get support from government. So those people will definitely change the lives of their families. While the grade 12 pass rate has been widely discussed and praised, we are also pleased to announce that the overall pass rate in the lower grades has been consistently above 80% in the last 3 years. Sisebenza usuke ezantsi, asisuke sidubuleke nje singene phezulu. Now that we are achieving good results inside the classrooms, we are injecting agility to fix infrastructure in our schools. We said it before, we are saying it now. It's a no-no, it's an anathema not to spend on infrastructure grant, not this province. We'll never tolerate that, we'll never accept that. We're doing everything in our power. So far, I know, I've seen the media reports, there is no money that has been taken out of Eastern Cape. The money is being recommitted, the money is being rolled out as we speak to make sure that infrastructure of this province goes ahead. We'll support schools to improve reading capabilities to achieve this work. We are launching the Eastern Cape Reading Academy, online teacher training model targeted. We will continue to promote inclusive education in line with Bonke and Gabetu program. To this end, we have approved the post-provisioning norms of therapists and psychologists to provide services in our schools. Inclusive education. Honorable Speaker, we have a serious challenge of learners who are not finishing their schooling. I've spoken about that. Let me proceed from there. That challenge, we are looking at it, we are attending to it to make sure that we're dealing with it. Madam Speaker, our turnaround plan on health is also succeeding. COVID-19 is no longer viewed as a pandemic, and we have moved in the last year to adapt out of daily lives to living with COVID-19 endemic in our communities. Pandemic and endemic. As a result, our healthcare programs targeted at children, women and men are being scaled up. The immunization of children under 1 year is above 80% due to the catch-up campaigns we launched. MEC will come back with such details. Our investment on the child health programs have led to reduction in under 5 years mortality rate, reduction in death due to diarrhea, pneumonia, and severe acute malnutrition. This is a good progress. Honorable Speaker, we have recorded a significant drop in the rate of deaths in mothers from 140 deaths to per 100,000 to under 86 deaths per 100,000. For the first time in the Eastern Cape, has dropped beneath the 96 per 100,000 live best national targets. We remain cautiously optimistic that the efforts of encouraging women to book before 20 weeks of pregnancy, abantu mabayohlukuhla, andazi elinye igama ebizwa ngalo. Sicela abantu basemakhaya wawukhulelwa ambohlukuhla. Sicela lonto. Khona ukuze urhulumente akuncedise akubone ngexesha into yoba uzawuba nengxaki onayo. So we are working on that to make sure that we support, as we have been doing that, to our people, training our staff, etc., etc. We remain committed to accelerate the rehabilitation service to cerebral palsy patients through the rehabilitation centers of excellence, which include Nelson Mandela Academic Hospital, Cecilia Makiwane Free Hospital Academic Complex, as well as Doranginza Hospital. To this effect, critical posts have been filled and 4.5 million have been invested in rehabilitating services, including specialized machinery and equipment. Whilst the recent judgment on medical legal in the High Court offers us a relief on unsustainable cash outflows. In terms of lump sum payments, it is also imposing responsibility and obligation to strengthen our public healthcare system. As if we are in the judgment, the judgment further reaffirms the responsibility that officials must serve diligently and act ethically. Nursing is profession, just like teaching. It's important that we have resourced the establishment of a second oncology facility in the Nelson Mandela Central Academic. Abantu bakuthi abanentreat bafuna batreatwe icancer benziwe zonke izanto zecancer funeka baselusikisiki basuke baziswe eMonti. We're doing that now just next door there in Mthatha to make sure that they get those services closer to them. This is a significant step towards equitable access to health care services, and it provides referral catchment for cancer patients on the eastern side of the province. Honorable Speaker, the province has made it a norm that all new government buildings built by this government are disability-friendly and are accessible to persons with disability. A program to revamp old buildings which are not accessible to persons with disabilities is underway. We are committed to addressing the backlog in the provision of assistive devices to people with disabilities. This year, we provided more than 22,000 assistive devices with an investment of 9.8 million rands to our people. On behalf of health facilities are always ready to receive persons with disability. So our health facilities are always ready to receive people with disabilities for assessment by our skilled therapists. We call on our communities, especially parents of disabled children, to timely approach our facilities for assessment so that they can have their lives improved. Madam Speaker, in 2022, we stood before this august house and committed to improve audit outcomes in our province. I'm happy to report that the provincial government and its entities has, for the 2021-2022 financial year, received the highest number of clean audits in the history of our province, achieving 14 clean audits. 7 government departments, 7 entities, 14. It's not a joke. In local government, there's been an improvement in the audit outcomes with 50% municipalities on unqualified and 4 on clean audit. We've been battling that space. Now, local government municipalities, 50% of them in our province are on unqualified. That tells you that we're moving in a right direction. While taking lessons to accelerate Operation Clean Audit, it is also important to note that irregular expenditure in the province has dropped, Honorable Speaker, from 3 billion to now just about 1.4 billion. So we're dealing with that, we're attending to it because of the work that is done by this House, because of oversight that this House is doing. So we are actually forced to address these issues. Madam Speaker, we committed to conduct lifestyle audit as part of our quest for clean governance for the corruption-free administration. I'm glad to report that the lifestyle audit for Premier, members of Executive Council, and Director General were conducted by state security agents, and no adverse report. We're looking at that, we're cascading that down now to all the other relevant officials. We want to see it also being done in the local government space soon, so that we are all in one in ensuring that we take our province to a higher pedestal. On our anti-corruption, we are working with our anti-corruption machinery agencies. They are really hard at work, and all investigation on reported cases are at different stages. Niyabona kuyabanjwa abantu. Government officials, everyone who is involved gets arrested. There is no time to actually deal with this issue in the other way around. Consequence management. If you do something wrong, you must know that something is following you, and you must actually be responsible for actions that you are taking. Ayisena mntana nkosi ngoyisena nzima nkosi. Uba ukuhulumente uzawuba nyulu, uzawuba msulwa, uzawusebenzela abantu base-Eastern Cape abadinga inkonzo zikahulumente, abafuna uncedo lukahulumente. Madam Speaker, municipalities are the closest sphere of government. We are supporting municipalities in distress to improve their functionalities. Sifako small town revitalization programs, Sifako 154, Sifako 139, about 7 municipalities are on 139 support. We are trying to assist them. 11 municipalities are still distressed in our province. 4 of them is a problem of viability, so to speak, arising out of amalgamation, etc. 7 of them were putting support practically to ensure that we address such programs. True to our promise, this work is being rolled out through 21 projects across these municipalities. To date, 8 of those projects are actually more than 60%, as I've indicated. Move. This includes installation Off-street lights in Ngamakwe, that's the work that we're doing on small town revitalization. We're spending so much there and we're expanding that project. It is meant, colleagues, to assist municipalities, just improve infrastructure, to get the retail coming on board. Ngapha kwi-Farmer Transkaya akho umuntu wayesazi noba uSpa ngakabekho koNgcobo. Now unoSpa bayaphinda-phinda nakwezinye indawo. Yayingekho yayintsomi kwale uthetha ngaqele i-supermarket omatiwana abe Ngamakwe nezinye indawo. Having observed the slow spending on the conditional grants in municipalities, we have adopted the risk-adjusted approach. We're putting up a team on this, but infrastructure spend is a problem. Local government is a problem. Department national we're putting together a team that will look at this. The long term, probably for the 7th administration, is to establish the rapid infrastructure development agency in the province. For now, is to say all of us will spend according to plans. All our plans will actually make sense to us as we started the financial year. Ayikho into ebangela into kungaprotyurwa ngoku for a project efundwa in the next financial year. 1st of April, project must take off the ground. That's what we are saying. Madam Speaker, our province is constantly experiencing natural disasters. This comes in the form of a drought and floods threatening the lives of our people. We have spoken about that. Droughts in the western side of the province, floods in the other side. Abantu basekomana na kwezinye indawo. We are responding to that. I want to assure our people, our government, caring government, akanokwazi ukubashiya bekwezameko. Speaker, we are also still attending to the issue of gender-based violence and femicide. In the previous SOPA, we announced on the establishment of the Provincial Forensic Laboratory. Tifuna ukuthi la lab, DNA lab, but the forensic laboratory, ikhona will start fully operational activities from 1st of April. It's not just a DNA lab, it's a forensic. Kulabo sawenza khona ballistic testing. Njengoba abantu bedubula abantu besithi sabateste lapha izibhamu nazo zonke izinto ezifuna ba ziyatestwa. We commend the responsiveness of our criminal justice system as seen in the heavy sentences meted against the gender-based violence people. So we'll continue with that and make sure that we don't take anything to chance. The gains I just mentioned would not have been realized without the collaboration between government and the civil society. To date, over 17,700 gender-based violence and femicide victims and survivors access victim support shelter services. That's the work that our government is doing. We commend our Tutuzela centers, victim support, rapid response teams, etc., etc. That's why we have said all our districts must actually have Tutuzela centers. We've got about few districts that don't have Tutuzela centers. In partnership with the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development and other stakeholders, we are working towards establishing all these Tutuzela centers, particularly in Sarabatman as well as Joka. We are also in the process of establishing a command council to oversee the provincial gender-based violence and femicide issues. Honorable Speaker, in SOPA 2022, we also committed to rehabilitate 2 police stations, and that work has been done from SAPS as part of our effort to ensure that we capacitate. Despite the setback, we applaud the South African Police Services for the opening Statlaville and Casa police stations in actually Bears Nodie. That work is being done and we are consolidating in that. We are happy that Minister has also given money to SAPS to add another 5,000 over the 10,000 that they've just recruited. So the problem of police visibility and police availability to attend to crimes, we think that that problem is going to be the thing of the past. Sifuna amapolisa azawuqeqeshelwa ukusinceda kulento ye-livestock andilali ngabantu basemhlonhlo. I-livestock problem kubulawa abahlolokazi asele beshiyeke nale mfuyo kufike kudutyulwe kuthathwe imfuyo yomntu kuhanjwe nayo. So amapolisa kuyabonakala uba siyasincipha ngesakhono kulo mcimbi wobusela bemfuyo. So we want to make sure that umphathiswa wamapolisa sebenza nathi, we are able to improve and look at that and also look at how do we beef up the security capacity, allowing Buffalo City to actually go ahead with their metropolis that it has been always asking for. So that's the work that we are trying to do. We delivered this year, colleagues, 5,300 houses as against the annual target of 7,000. We still have this was statistics that came later this year. So that's the work that we are doing. We said our people must have shelter. We are providing shelter. Doors of learning must be open. We are opening gates to our schools. Madam Speaker, we are also concerned about the land use practices in some of our areas where human settlements are fast mushrooming in the peri-urban. So ibalulekile sijonge siyamqonda umcimbi wesipluma neengxaki zawo neenkosi ngoku sisawureviewa usuqoqayo masibe sisebenza kuba kwenzelwa kubekho umthetho kungabikho kwavula zibhuqe wonke umuntu acande uthi omnye utata phaa ekomane ocandela abantu amanxiwa phezu komlambo uthi hayi abantu ndibagcinele nina nide nifike so ndibokhela imikhukhu apha ngolo hlobo so makungophulwa umthetho kudlalwe ngabantu bakuthi. In addition, over 5,400 ex-miners have been paid their employment insurance fund. This is the work that we're doing. It's another work that we have been lacking on. Comrade Pemi is here today. She led this vigorously before she left the provincial government. So we are taking it from where you left it, Mandangesa, to make sure that this is done. Our people get their money. Our people are assessed. Our people get their benefits, etc. We welcome the increase on social security grant. Oh, amaxhawazana pha omambatane bayilangazelela la nto ekadange la increase yenza umahluko kakhulu kuba thina siyi-province abantu bethu abaninzi more than 50% of our people are beneficiaries of the social security grant. So that increase means a lot to us. It's not just an increase for udange yenza umahluko kwi-economy. More than 30 billion is pumped by the social development through SASSA into our province annually to assist. That's why businesses must thrive. All SMMEs must look at how they can develop business and make sure that we supply our people with all what they need out of that. Madam Speaker, we continue to drive programs that bring our people together in pursuit of united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and prosperous society. In recognizing the contribution made by the indigenous music of the province. A documentary is being facilitated for Umama, Dr. Latozi. You will remember it was Mama Dosin. We're doing that to make sure that we record that, we inspire more younger people to come. Starting this year, we are commemorating the annual Frontier Wars to celebrate the heroic efforts of our traditional leaders who fought relentlessly against the colonizers to protect our land. So, i-province, nyaka no nyaka, izawunika ithuba izole, ijonge umcimbi we-100 years yemfazwe zemihlaba esasinazo apha. Nyaka no nyaka kuleyo into sizawuyenza, nezinye izinto esizawuzenza ukuzama ukuqwalasela imicimbi yenkosi, nazo zonke iinkokheli ebesinazo apha ngaphambili. Thank you. We are on a campaign to restore all the memorial sites of our legends, starting with Unkosi uJonga Umsobomvu Maqoma burial sites at Indaba Kandoda. Furthermore, in continuing with our repatriation and reburial programs, we are repatriating and reburying James Wombile, Boy, Nontimba, Mbozwana, Ubonakele, Ngongolo, and Phineas Mlojwa. He part of a program yet. We are the only province that has developed a policy on this. Madam Speaker, the work we are doing has its own challenges, but we are resolute to succeed. We learn from the constructive criticism of our people, and we are equally motivated by the people of our province who give us unwavering support. It is this unwavering support that propels us to keep on working hard to solve the complex challenges facing our communities. We call on all our leaders in our province from various strata to work together to lend a helping hand to vulnerable people, be it young people who can't afford tuition for varsities, be it people who need wheelchairs, or be it schools that need food and mattresses for education grade 12 camps. Ezanto zinjeya ziyasincedisa. Singa-celebrate into grade 12 singamazi nobusuka phi. Play a part. Anything we can do to make a difference in the lives of other people, we must reach out. On that note, Honorable Speaker, let me conclude by reminding all of us that this year marks the 29 years of democracy, a democracy that we achieved through the selfless sacrifices of many heroes and heroines of our country, ordinary men and women. and young people who fought to defeat the brutal regime of apartheid to end its 46-year 46-year reign of terror against the masses of our people. Among the heroes of our people who played defining roles in the struggle for our liberation were President General Oliver Tambo and Commander-in-Chief of Umkhonto Sizwe, Comrade Christian. Sadly, both of our heroes did not live to see the birth of our democracy, of our country, of our rainbow nation in 1994. These two selfless sons of our province distinguished themselves as true agents of change. Throughout their lifetime, it was Oliver Tambo who said, and I quote, "I had other plans for my life, but God had other plans for me. God's plan was for me to fight in the political liberation for my people." Christian had this one to say: "We must build a different culture in this country, and that culture should be the one of service to the people." We're here for that, nothing else. As we mark the 30th year of their passing this year, I appeal to all of us as leaders of today to roll out our sleeves and make 2023 truly a year of decisive action to advance the interests of our people. We must work together more than ever before, or more than ever done before, to rewrite the history of our province from a history of hopelessness to a history of prosperity. Makube njalo. Nkosi.
Can the honorable members, can you please be seated? The guests, can you please be seated? Thank you so much. You can give another round of applause to the Honorable Premier. Thank you, Honorable Premier. I don't want to say how long you took. I think we'll have a discussion, especially with the leader of government business after this. I had warned the Premier, but be that as it may, you can see that the gallery and the honorable members has actually well received the State of the Province address. I will now at this point hand over to the Secretary to make a few announcements regarding the lunch arrangements. Over to you, Secretary.
Honorable members and guests, lunch has been prepared for all guests. Protocol staff will direct guests in the gallery to various eating points. Kindly note the following categories of guests will be accommodated in the members' dining hall, which is on this side at the back. All MPLs, MECs, including permanent delegates, Premier's guests, with the exception of HODs, who are to go to the stretch tent, all traditional leaders, members of the judiciary, chaplaincy, ANC guests, SEP's Provincial Commissioner and child ambassadors will go to the members' dining hall. All other guests are requested to proceed to the stretch lunch tent, which is also at the back and also at the members' lobby. Staff, VOC, media will be served lunch in the boardrooms allocated for this purpose and will be guided by the protocol officers. Lastly, I would also want to announce that our shuttles for the park and ride will be parked outside in front of the chamber to be able to take back guests to go and collect their cars after lunch. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As I was going to say, Honorable Secretary, to the Secretary. Honorable members and to all our guests that have joined us for the tabling of the State of the Province address, let me on behalf of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature extend My gratitude to all of you who have listened carefully and have observed all the rules of the House. Once again, we are welcomed and we are humbled by you showing up here today, and for any inconvenience that any of you have experienced, we profusely apologize for that. But I also must say to our delegates to the NCOP, my apologies. I'm only noticing you when the Premier was looking to that way. I do acknowledge you, and once again to our ministers and deputy ministers, especially to our previous speaker, the Honourable Deputy Minister Notkolo Kivid. We want to say thank you so much, ma'am. It's always an honour having you here with us. Can we give her a round? Mambele. Thank you so much. And to all of you, please be safe, enjoy yourself, and when you do travel back to the breadth and to the length of our province, please keep in mind the road safety, and we do not want to hear of any fatalities on our roads. Thank you so much. This concludes, therefore, the business of the day, and the House will adjourn until 10 o'clock on Tuesday, the 28th of February, 2023, for the SOPA debate. Please log on to these social media platforms where the political parties will be able to then debate and have their say, and ultimately on the 2nd, the Premier will come and respond to that debate. It is very lively, and I can assure all of you it is worthwhile logging on and listening to the debate. The House therefore adjourns.
Well, that officially concludes this session where the legislature here in Bisho was sitting for Premier Oscar Mabiane's State of the Province Address in 2023. Premier Mabiane declaring year 2023 as a year of decisive action, Jeff. We still have our analysts right here, Dr. Christopher Alsobrook, but also Dr. Thapelo Tselabedi, to talk to us a bit more about some of the highlights from the Premier's speech as members of the legislature make their way out there. Jeff, the Premier spoke a lot about some of the things we were talking about earlier, issues of infrastructure, issues of roads. He mentioned 4 billion aimed at fixing the road network in the province. Do you think he said the right things?
Yeah. Just before we get into that, I'd just like to thank just to mention that this broadcast is made possible by the province of the Eastern Cape, Ikayalo Makwekweta, the home of the legends. The one thing that you cannot fault the Premier about is lacking energy. He seemed to work there for his money with each sentence, each statement that he mentioned. They're saying a whole lot of things, some of them saying them over and over again. It was a long speech.
Very long.
Yeah, I think it was probably even longer than the State of the Nation address. It was that long. Other people will say the Eastern Cape is a country on its own because we have so many problems. And yeah, you know what? A lot of what, and this is what I was saying to to our experts here, that a lot of what the Premier said are statements more than, they seem to be statements, warnings and threats to people, because it's almost like he sees that everything that has been mentioned over the years doesn't seem to be happening. You know, water provision is not happening, you know, and we don't have water in the province. He puts it at 70%. I don't know about 70% access to water. Maybe he's talking about how much people generally get water some of the times, but not all the time. 70%, I think, is too generous. So a whole lot of the things that he said seemed to be statements, but there were positives. There were positives, and a lot of them came towards the beginning. As we were bringing our experts here, Chris and Thapelo, what you thought? I mean, I was reading at the beginning. There were a lot of positives mentioned. Tourism,
skills development. I was quite pleased to see he focused a lot on youth development and youth training. There's the 50 million student debts that is wiping out, which is good. There's a lot of people who graduate, but they never get their certificates because they've got so much debt at the universities.
That is true.
And there's lots of skills development fund that he announced. One thing that seems to be missing in South Africa is that there's a big focus on universities, and again we found him focusing, giving money to universities, but where the money really needs to be going is to artisan training. And so there was
TVET
some
colleges.
talk of the CETAs, but I think there needs to be more on artisan training and more on the TVET, fixing up the TVET colleges and finding out what is the problem with the TVET colleges. Why aren't young people going to these TVET colleges?
On this issue, Christopher, that you're raising now about youth development skills training, our colleagues out on the precinct, Lumka Pekindau and Mboxolo Matwane, outside ready to talk. And the one person they have right now is the MEC for Education. Lumka Pekindau, talk to us. What does the MEC for Education have following the Premier's speech today?
Enkosi kakhulu Asanda, ewe ngokwenene sikunye naye apha ngaphandle uMEC umphathisa wesebe lezemfundo apha kwiphondo leMpuma Koloni nelitheke labe liqhotywa izandla kulonyaka emva kokuba litheleza neziphumo ezihle kakhulu kwibanga labafundi ibanga le-10. Kodwa singatyanga xesha mphathiswa masikwamkele kwiMpuma Kapa TV.
Ndabulisa kakhulu kubaphulaphuli nababukeli beMpuma Kapa TV.
Ngokwenene iphondo leMpuma Kapa liyazingca ngeziphumo ekuthe kwasetyenzwa phezu kwazo kunyaka ka-2022 ngethemba lokubana nakulo unyaka ka-2023 kuzawuphinde kuqhubeke kakuhle. Kodwa mphathiswa siyayiqonda zikhona imicelimingeni ekhona ebangela into yobana noko phaa emaphandleni imfundo yethu ingaqhubi kakuhle, ingakumbi emva kwezikhukhula zamanzi ezithe zatshabalalisa izikolo naphaa kwiilali zaseCoffee Bay. Mhlawumbi ungathini uthini ngalo nto mphathiswa, lithini ikamva laba bantu na?
No, silisebe siye sayithathela ingqalelo lento ye-climate change. Seza neplani yoba singaresponda kanjani nakuyo. Okokuqala savumelana into yokubana kuzawufuneka okokuqala sibe nendlela yothenga i-alternative energy facility kuba siphantse ungabhali ubuyaqaphela kulonyaka kupheleyo ngenxa yayo le weather enantsika le climate change echaphazela ilizwe lonke. Sisifumene i-reports ne-statistics ngezikolo ingakumbi ezase-Coffee Bay esimke sonke sona. Sele siyiqashile i-contractor yokwakha esasikolo back kule veki bekunikwa i-awards. Kodwa ke sa-creator i-alternative kwenzela abantwana bakwazi babe befunda kuba bazukwazi bona kulinda loo nto. Eyona nto ke ndicinga bafana ba izawubaluleka no Premier ayichaphazeleyo ilena ye-connectivity, i-access roads, ukwenzela into yokubana noba kuyanetha bakwazi uyofika esikolweni, nobani weather ime kanjani na bakwazi ufumana ootishala babo. So sikolo phulo ke ngoku lokuba si-create ezinye strategies as part of ukuqiniseka into yobana i-climate change does not hamper i-progress of the province and also i-progress of the country in general.
Mphathiswa, ingaba ikhona imali ebekelwe bucala ezothi incedise ukulungisa izikolo ezithe zakhukhuliseka?
Ewe, umzekelo esi ndithetha ngaso sele besiawadile sase-Tyelinzima eCoffee Bay, zithathwe zichaphazele kakhulu kodwa nazo sele ziawadiwe. Ezinye ke bezihleli zizinidela nje i-renovations, sirenovate izikolo ezi-120 apha eprovincini ekufuneka sizigqibile nge-30th kaMarch. So sihleli sibhizi from an infrastructure point of view in terms of changing the outlook nemeko yemfundo yalapha eMpuma Koloni so that abantwana bakwazi uyofunda kwizikolo noko ezinesidima nezikolo ezibonakala zibanikisa umdla njengabantu ekufuneka befundile bekhusele i-future yabo.
Enkosi kakhulu mphathiswa.
Enkosi kakhulu.
Lowo ke nguye ke umphathiswa wesebe lezemfundo apha kwiphondo leMpuma Kapa, umphathiswa uFundile Kade, esixelela ke esibalisela ngezinto iphondo eliza ukuzenza isebe lezemfundo Gxebe elizawuthi lizenze kwizikolo ingakumbi ezo zithe zakhukhuliseka zizikhuntyula zamanzi ebezisanda kwenzeka apha kwiphondo leMpuma Kapa. Okwangoku masibuyisele kuwe Asanda studio.
That's Lumka, that's our colleague Lumka Pekindau right there talking to the MEC for Education, where he mentions concerns around schools that were destroyed by bad weather and that they've already contracted somebody to fix those roads, but also to find other ways for alternative energy in schools to improve access for young people, that especially in rural areas. Tapelo, I want to bring you in here. What's your take? The most important thing that the Premier addressed for the people of the Eastern Cape in his speech today?
I mean, there was a lot. I mean, we all said that the speech was quite long. I think it is a provincial address, so there has to be some level of detail. I think for me, the issue is, I mean, when you compare the Eastern Cape to other places, one gets a sense that there isn't a lot of private sector investment. I think the most important thing is seeing that. I think the most important thing is seeing that that sort of investment is able to generate employment, and that there's been saving also of jobs in that regard. So I think that's quite important. I do think people do need jobs. Remember that the province has quite high levels of unemployment, close to 50%. That's quite high given the other provinces. So I think he's addressing a very important issue. Of course, you have to see this against the background of other sort of problems with the housing, natural disasters that he talked about. But I think what's central for me in this speech was the issue around the private sector development. And that is really what's going to, private sector investment, and that's really what's going to get the province to develop. Like, you know, when you see Durban, when you see other places like Johannesburg, Cape Town, and so forth. And I think it's a step in the right direction.
Let's go back outside where our colleagues are talking to some members of the opposition to get their views and their takes around what the Premier addressed today and what is missing or what was important for them. Lumka Pekindao and Ndombokolo Matiwane are outside talking to parties and the different members of the legislature. Let's go back outside.
Asana njengoba bengichilo ndathi abasemagunyeni abaphezulu i-members zemibutho yahlukeneyo bigxalathile namhlanje izomamela lentetho ke ka Premier Oscar Mabuyane ngoku sinayo imama ke lulungu leParliament osuka kumbutho we-United Democratic Movement umama uNoncedo Zinti. Mama unjani namhlanje?
Ndiyaphila sese unjani wena?
Ndiyaphila mama Khonto. Kule ntetho iwisweyo namhlanje inkulu baphathiswa ningumbutho we-UDM nixolile ngezi zinto zandlalwe nezinto besenzekile kunyaka ophelileyo.
Asixolanga ncam singumbutho we-UDM kuba kaloku akathanga adakance izinto ezitya iphondo. Umzekelo akathanga angene nzulu kumba wolwaphulo mthetho. Kunokubulawa kwabantu abaninzi ababulawayo. Umzekelo abantu ababulawa eMthatha eBhityi akakhange angene nzulu kubo into bana izawukwazi njani ukululwa ulwaphulo mthetho. Nezinto ze-disaster kweliphondo sihlaselwa kakhulu yi-disaster akakhange adakance kwintetho yakhe uNkulumbuso into bana uzalukhusela njani iphondo lethu kwi-disaster eziba besikhe sahlaseleka kumasipala waseSajonisi yi-disaster abantu besengxakini imizi yabo isimka nabantu besimka ngamanzi but akakhange akwazi ukuyidakanca indlela azokwazi ukuprotecta ngayo abantu baseMpuma Kapa.
Kodwa xa umamele mama kule ntetho uba khona umehlukeleke ethetha uPremier apha enyakeni okanye uthetha ntonye okanye uyenza angenzi uyenza angezi wenza njani xa uthi umphawulile wena njengelungu leParliament kule minyaka usiza uzokuchophela i-State of the Province address?
Awukho umahluko. Eyona nto siyibonayo apha kwesi salonyaka i-State of the Province address yinto yokubana it's more like i-manifesto yabo kuba sijonge kwi-elections ngoku na. Umzekelo xa unojonga izinga lengqesho apha eMpuma Kapa uthi lonyukile kodwa akubonakali njalo apha ekuhlaleni kwabantu. Akayivezi ncakasana into bana ngeyiphi eyona nto yonyuse izinga lengqesho kubantu abatsha. Okwesibini xa unokujonga kwisebe lezemfundo kunemali ephindileyo yaya kudlunkulu. Uyibalekile ke loo nto leyo akakhange ayicacise wayibaleka ngokungathi yinto yemedia kuphela kodwa ibe yenzekile loo nto leyo yokuphindiswa kwemali lisebe lezemfundo ngelixa isebe lezemfundo lona lidodobala i-infrastructure yakhona idodobala.
Masibulele lowo ke bingumama uNoncedo wakwaZinti umama osuka ke apha eParliament phantsi kombutho we-United Democratic Movement esithi bona abaxolanga neze mandibuyisele kuwe ke Asanda konga amaxesha e-studio.
Enkosi kakhulu Ndombokolo. Jeff, nanke umama uZinti uNoncedo Zinti we-UDM esithi abanelisekanga Premier didn't go far enough in terms of dealing with the issue of crime, but also dealing with disaster responses to some of the disasters we've had. Do you think that's a fair take from the UDM rather?
Yes and no, because there was mention of extra police by the Premier. I don't know if that does not go far enough for the UDM. I mean, people can always say that, more can be done and they need more reassurances because, I mean, there was a sharp escalation in crime towards the state of the province address. And her saying, yonke lento lena kukhankaselwa elections zalonyaka uzayo indlela abayibona ngayo yona leyo into esiyilindeleyo I suppose kubantu be-opposition uba bazawuyitsho xa kukhona ispeech esilolu hlobo I suppose.
Christopher, the UDM there says, look, the Premier's speech was more of a manifesto for the general elections next year. It was thin on action and more on talk, on what we will do. What's your take?
I want to agree with that, but I don't actually. I think there were a lot of tangible announcements in this speech, especially about investment. I don't think you can lie about those figures. There's a lot of money coming into the province. I'm a little bit worried about the power issues. He talked about electric vehicles, right? So he said, there's nothing we can do to stop this. By 2035, there's going to be electric vehicles in Europe. But I didn't hear what we're going to do about that, because South Africa will not have electric vehicles. We've got an electricity crisis. We don't have enough electricity, so that we're going to be driving different cars from people in Europe. Now, the cars we're making in South Africa, are we making them for Europeans, or are we making them for the local market? We need to speed up the transition in South Africa so that we catch up. Otherwise, they're going to leave us behind, and they won't be investing much more over here in the automotive industry, and that's a big fear. He then talked about power. There's a lot of money going into gas, but I don't understand why there's so little into renewables. We've got a lot of wind. There was more wind development, say, 10 years ago, more wind power plants going up in the Eastern Cape. Then it got stalled, and I'm not sure why the government has stalled on that. And yet we've got a dispersed province. It makes sense to localize energy production. So I'm not sure what's happening with the solar panels. That's a very thin announcement on household solar panels. It's not going to make much effect there. And I think we could do with more support from that, but that's the National Treasury.
If I could come in, just talking about updating some of these issues that have been mentioned over the years, over different SOPAs. The issue of the Magwa tea and Majola tea seem to be a bit of a positive that there seems to be a lot that is happening there. I know there was a time when nothing was happening about 10 years ago, when that industry had come to a complete halt, and the province seems to have done something with that. It's just that as he was talking, he was very passionate about Magwa tea and its availability to government offices and some people, but none of us have ever tasted Magwa tea.
I've never seen it in stores either, in the province. I believe
that we all drink tea here at some stage.
Just at hotel.
Yeah. So, I mean, those are some of the, it looks like while they might have a product there, maybe not enough, it needs to be brought to people. That's how that industry is going to survive.
Yeah. Bernard Tapelo, earlier you mentioned the issue of infrastructure development and investment. Yeah. Previously, the province did a lot of public-private partnerships to drive projects, but that seemed to roll back a bit. There were also issues of corruption around some of those deals. Do you think this is something that the province should be looking at more seriously, especially since government doesn't seem to have enough money to drive development projects on its own?
Look, yeah, I think it's important. I mean, you just reminded me of the clinical hospital in Grahamstown that was also as a result of the public and private relationship. Obviously now during COVID, the problem was that it somehow closed down. I don't know what happened to that relationship. But I think obviously to drive development, you are going to need private sector involvement. But I think what I heard less of in the speech was that there isn't maybe watching out for how do you make sure that these funds from private sector are not taken up or, by sort of corruption. There are no leakages in terms of the management of that money. So I think that's quite important. I think that's something that he missed out on. But yeah, I think if you're going to push with private sector and public sector, there will be sort of development that you'll see. Importantly, it will be also development facilitated by private interests and not necessarily a burden on the state, given its mandate around basic services, which I think there's a struggle with.
Let's go back outside. Our colleagues are outside on the precinct, Ntombokolo, Matuane, and Lumka Bekindao are outside talking to political parties. I understand Ntombokolo has a guest from a fairly new party outside.
Enkosi Asanda ndikuye naye ke usekela meya apha osuka eNelson Mandela Bay kula masipala uMbaxa utata umkhuseli Jack. Tata kunjani namhlanje?
Sikhona. Good day. Mina enhle.
Enkosi tata besides izinto ezininzi ezenzekayo kula masipala udutyulwano oluninzi amatyotyombe apho ku infrastructure ngekho khona izikhalazo ezininzi eziluthotho kodwa sibonile ke kuthiwa thaca imali eSAB sibonile idodehulwe mall ibhodo kuziswa imisebenzi sibonile kufakelwa ifiber ingaba urhulumente uyaqhuba kula masipala uyangqina na oko?
Oh yeah kakhulu ndingqina kakhulu into koba okoko sixhuzula imikhala phaya kukho noko ukunyathelela phezulu kwaye ke ziyaqinisa indaba zokubana inkulumbuso izincome amanyathelo athatyathwayo nakhawulezayo phaya and nentetho yakhe ke iye yancedisa kwimiba emininzi excuse ngokukodwa kokuphethelele kwinantsika kwimbalela lena ihlala ndawo ukunqongophala kwamanzi nokusinika amandla ukuba sikwazi unyanzelisa imiqathango yokuba nabantu balondoloze amanzi ngoba abantu baqabele kumthamo wamanzi abamele babayawusebenzisa loo nto incedisa kakhulu kwakunye nezinye nje izinto nento yokubana athethe ngolahlobo athethe ngalo ngobuhegewu obenzekayo phaya ukubulawa kwabantu njalo njalo loo nto leyo iwenza lula umsebenzi woceba on the ground nomasipala phaya xana izawuvela loo nto leyo icace into yoba injongo ezokuyiphelisa yokuyinyanya lento yenzekayo isuka phezulu so intetho kwezinto ezilolo hlobo inceda kakhulu.
Sibonile kwi-film industry kuyakhulwa kwela Gqeberha nantsi Gqeberha the Empire uze nayo inkulu baphathiswa kulo nyaka ikhona enye into ayibekileyo specifically for iGqeberha lamasipala uMbaxa.
Oh yes kakhulu okokuqala lento ebhanyabhanya la mandla ngowona ufanele ukuhluma kwenantsika kwenkqubo ye-film industry yabo isizathu soko into yoba iKapa seli-saturated as we speak now and the only other best place that is suitable for abantu be-film industry to come and put izitudio zabo yileya so it is very good that uPremier naye eyinikele ingqalelo loo nto and enika inkxaso epheleleyo.
Sisuke kancinci Gqeberha i-overall yayo yonke le ntetho ingaba lonke iphondo lanelisekile le ntetho xa usoyikhangela ngokunokwakho uyiphonononga?
Into ebezithethwa zinto kade zithethwa anyway ndivanga nto intsha and ke enye into engakuthusa ngokukodwa into yoba uba bingamentionwanga nonokuqonda uba hayi kusondela unyulo once buve ngomzimvubu udam uyazi nje uba hayi balike lafakwa kwi-speech kusondela ii-elections sekonini so ezinye nje izinto zona nazo zizinto eziqhelekileyo ekunyanzeleka nje i-agency into yoba zenziwe akho nto intsha basically eneneni yonke into zezi aqhele ukuzithetha nganenoko kwezinto ke eziyimpumelelo kwicandelo lezemidlalo yes apho ke zinto esizibonileyo zinzame zabantu and urhulumente ke xana enokuthi anike monqaso loo nto iyawuthetha into yoba bazawuba baninzi abantu abaphumelelayo.
Umama unoncedo zinto we-UDM olilungu lepalamente beke wathi crime khange kunyathele kuyo ngamandla iwest ke kwela cala laseGqeberha qabaqaba ingaba kunokwenziwa ntoni umusicals ukuqinisekisa into yoba asinalo izinga eliphezulu le-crime?
No kufuneka kuthethwe from the top yabo and kufuneka urhulumente abonakalise into yoba uyithatha serious le nto. Urhulumente wethu zange wakhanga phantsi ekuthetheni apho akha khona ngezantsi kusezenzweni so akho nto endinoyithetha nganeno kwento yoba ukuthetha kona siyakwazi bayakuthetha but what we want to see drastic and swift action being taken against all forms of crime in the country, especially the new crime that is developing. It develops because the criminals have established in Oba, Uhulmende is just talking. And therefore, they develop now an industry of crime. That is why you got land about extortion. You got now massacres. Those are new kinds. Why? And more those kinds of crimes that are new in our country are going to develop up until the leaders start to learn to take action rather than just making a nice speech about it.
Enkosi Deputy Mayor lo ke bingutata umkhuseli Jack oyi Deputy Mayor ke kumasipala uMbaxa weNelson Mandela Bay exolile ke engaxolanga kodwa ke mandizibuyisele kuwe indambo studio Asanda and Jeff.
Inkosi kakhulu Ntombaxolo. That's Ntombaxolo Matibane talking to Costa Jack from the Nelson Mandela Metro Council. We're now joined, Jeff, by the MEC for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Mr. Zolile Williams. But before we talk with him, before we engage with him about some of the contents from the Premier's speech that deal with his portfolio, let's take a look at a conversation we had with the MEC earlier about some of the challenges facing his department. Can't hear that. We'll have to go back to that. We'll have to go back to that interview in a short bit. We're experiencing some difficulties on the sound there. But let's talk with you, MEC. We had a conversation with you on some of the challenges. We've dealt with the issue of flooding that affected some areas, particularly around Mkijima, and which led to protests. We've dealt with the issue of water. From the Premier's speech today, what's the way forward for cooperative governance, particularly around municipalities?
Thank you very much for having me, and greetings to the people of the Eastern Cape. And we're really pleased about the Premier State of the Province address. I think everyone could witness the vigor and the decisiveness within which the Premier has presented the state of the province, which indicates good progress from 2021-22, and I think he has presented that very well. Coming to your question, where to about cooperative governance and municipal performance? I think the Premier has couched it well when he said, in terms of municipal expenditure of infrastructure grants, we have then adopted a risk-adjusted strategy which will facilitate the expenditure of all grants that municipalities are receiving. Contrary to what was happening before, where a lot of money would be returned to national fiscus because of incapacity to spend. As provincial government, we have decided that we need to have a strategy that will preempt what happens in terms of municipal expenditure. And the Cooperative Governance Department will have an IGR forum, which is based on construction sector alone. And where we going to focus only on the projects allocated to municipalities, their ability to spend, and any problems where we could find that they delay expenditure, we get in there, resolve those problems. But we want to be hands-on and practical as COCTA, to be there where municipalities are.
Kokwakho ukubona Jeff, zeziphi izinto esilindele abantu abalindele into ba umphathiswa xa esenza umsebenzi wakhe kulo nyaka kufanele bayihoye athi inkulumbuso yatsho.
Ndifuna ukufaka umbuzo apha kumphathiswa kanye uba qho xa kuthethwa kusenziwa uTata uJack ebeqhubotsho apha xa kusenziwa ispeech esenje uPremier nditshilo nam le nto amandla uba uPremier he spoke very energetically with determination, which gives people hope, but abantu they remain saying uba le mali izawuya na kwezinto kuthiwa izawuya kuzo. Kumbuzo lo wonke umuntu walapha kweli phondo azibuza yona ngenxa yezinto abazibonileyo ngaphambili. Ewe sibonile kuthiwa 7 municipalities have returned e-audits as a right, but it's only 7 out of more than 30 municipalities. So zingxaki ezo ekufuneka ni-improve kuzo ngoba ke whatever intentions you have as a government, it's what happens at ground level.
Okay, I think I must just correct you a bit. It's above 50% of municipalities that have reached unqualified audit status. The 7 you're talking about are municipalities that are in distress.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, those are 7 are in distress, and 4 are municipalities which economic challenges and low economic indicators and challenges of also financial viability. But coming to whether we would realize the expenditure and the value creation by spending these big amounts of money that the Premier is talking about, I think the risk-adjusted strategy is a direct response to value creation on site. Because historically you would find there are some municipalities, including government departments, where there will be claims that a school has been constructed. But you go on site, you don't find a school there. In municipalities, you'll find that a sports field has been constructed. You go on site, but there's no value for money here. So the risk-adjusted strategy is actually our intervention directly.
I want us to continue this conversation, particularly on how this strategy will work. But before we do that, I want us to also include another MEC that's on the precinct right now, so that this is not a cocktail show. I understand our colleague Lumka Pekindao has another MEC on the grounds to talk to us briefly about the work of their portfolio. Lumka?
Thank you so much, Asanda. Ufika kanye xa sikunye naye umphathiswa wesebe lezempilo apha kwiphondo leMpuma Kapa, umphathiswa uNomakhosazana Meth. Mphathiswa, masikubulisa sikwamkele kwiMpuma Kapa TV. All right, MEC. Ingaba mhlambi kule ntetho yobume bephondo ebibuyiswa yinkulu baphathiswa apha khange ndizive kakuhle izinto ezibekelwe bucala ezizawuthi ziphucule isebe lezempilo, kodwa we know into yobana iphondo lethu noko akhona amagingxigingxi apha napha kwisebe lezempilo. Ungathetha uthini phezu kwaloo nto?
Umuntu angathi xa emamele esi speech acinga inoba asithethi ngesebe lezempilo kuba umba wezempilo ngumba ochaphazela zonke izindlu zokuhlala. Thina siyavuyiswa kakhulu kuba uNkulumbuso uye wachaphazela imiba yezoqoqosho, wachaphazela imiba yezinto esithi zingqalazizinda, that is the basic services, wachaphazela imiba yolwaphulomthetho ingakumbi icrime ne-GBVF. Kuba kaloku ezinye zezinto xa zikwaziwe ukuba ziqwalaselwe yenzeka ke ngoku into uba imeko yokuhlala nokuphila kwabantu nale nto sithi life expectancy ibe ngcono xa uqoqosho lungcono. Xa usijonge esi speech sakhe ngathi about 80% yaso igxile kukudalwa kwemisebenzi kwi-programs ze-investors eziza kwiphondo lethu. Sayivuyela ke thina loo nto kuba kaloku uba ngaba kukho misebenzi baninzi abantu abafumaneka bephethwe zizinto ezininzi de bachaphazeleke nasengqondweni. Ubona ke siyavuya kuba kukhona noko ukuveza kancinci kwemisebenzi esiyenzayo silisebe lezempilo. Ibonakalisa lento ukuthi mkhulu umsebenzi owenziweyo, and ispeech besingeke sonele uba sinike ingxelo yayo yonke into eyenziweyo. Abana xa kuthetha ngemiba ye-DNA lab, forensic DNA lab ayichaphazeleyo, xa kuthethwa ngemiba ethetha ikubekwa kwethuthuzela centers kwingingqi zonke nobe ngekafiki kule ndawo ebithetha ngesebe lezempilo sechaphazela already umsebenzi ochaphazela thina esikhona nakuwo kuba ithuthuzela care centers sisebenza no-NPA, sisebenza no-social development, sisebenza nawo wonke amanye amasebe, but zifumaneka kufutshane nezibhedlela zethu. Ukuthetha nge-forensic DNA testing abantu bethu abathe badlwengulwa ngumsebenzi esiwenzayo silisebe lezempilo, kodwa ukwazile ukungena athi ke ngoku senza ntoni ngomba we-medical legal claims. Senza ntoni ngomba wokuqiniseka uba abantu empuma Kapa bazifumana iinkonzo ngakumbi sokujongana nemihlaza eyahlukeneyo. Senza ntoni ukuqiniseka kwakhona ukuba silisebe jikelele similisela izinto esizibiza ngoba zii-centers of excellence apho khona ngenxa yale judgment yaseGrahamstown kaFebruary ethe noko mayingathathwa yonke imali esebe lezempilo koko masinike uxanduva silisebe lezempilo lokuqwalasela abantwana bethu abaye bathi bachaphazeleke bazalwe benogogeka phecelezi cerebral palsy. So uzamile uNkulumbuso ukuba aveze umsebenzi wenziweyo ingakumbi nakwezi key milestones esizenzileyo kunikeni inkonzo ingakumbi sijonge abantwana abana less than 1 year umcimbi immunization umcimbi abantwana abana under 5 years kuye kwacaca uba bayehla noko ukusweleka kuba sithe xiphu indlela esifikisa ngayo inkonzo ebantwini komama abazithweleyo nanjengoko bebakhuthaza uba mabahambe ohlukuhla. So thina sonele kuba siyayiqonda uba i-challenge enkulu ejongene nelizwe ngumcelimngeni ingakumbi kwinto yezoqoqosho nengxaki yokuswela imisebenzi. So loo nto ke thina iyasivuyisa kuba silisebe lezempilo sizokothulwa umthwalo xa isebe okanye urhulumente waseMpuma Koloni eveza amathuba emisebenzi abantu batsho baphila ubomi obuphucukileyo.
Okay, mphathiswa kwezi veki ezidlulileyo besike sabona ezinye isebe lezempilo sichaphazelwa zizikhuntyu zamanzi amanzi angena ngaphakathi esibhedlele. Mhlambi zikhona nezinye indawo esizachaphazeleka esemaphandleni. Uqinisekisa into yobana abantu xa besesibhedlele bakhuselekile. Mhlambi zikhona izinto enicinga uba nizawumilisela phezu kwazo kulo nyaka, and also ikhona nale ngxaki yofumanisa ubana kumane le ingxaki ye-load shedding ngokuqinisekileyo iyayichaphazela kakhulu abantu abazizigulana abasesibhedlele. Mhlambi ungathini kuloo meko?
Uyazibona uba uvumelana nam xa uthetha ngezempilo awuthethi qha ngezempilo uthetha ngenye into zichaphazeleka ezempilo because kaloku thina siyisenta yokuphila kwabantu kwisociety. Ewe yenzekile into yokuba kube khona izibhedlele ezigutyungelwa zizikhukhula neefloods ebezehlile kodwa ke manqaye ndilungise ukuba ibe ngalo sebe lezempilo bengazo zibhedlela ze-public sector bekuyi-private hospital ibimzekelo ibiyenzeke inokumgijima but ezempilo jikelele noba i-private noba i-public ekugqibeleni i-constitution inika thina yiyo le nto sithe xa ukhona ingxaki ibisenzeka phaya kulaa private hospital yaseKomani sakwazi uba sisebenze siyi-Frontier Hospital siyi-MS services zephondo lonke ukuyoncedisa ukuzama ukuhlangula abantu bechaphazelekile phaa nokuhlangula abantu jikelele because asipheleli kwezempilo ezohlangulo which we call emergency medical services ukuthetha ngento ze-diving ukuseyiva kwabantu emanzini zonke ezo nkonzo zilapha kuthi including into ye-load shedding iyasichaphazela but siyavuya because ungathi ifumana ingqwalasela ngoku xa kusenziwa le misebenzi enziwayo uNdlunkulu nangumongameli.
Nkosi kakhulu emisini.
Nkosi kakhulu.
Lowo ke mbukeli ke nguye ke umphathiswa wesebe lezempilo kweliphondo leMpuma Kapa umphathiswa uNomakhosazana Math watsho enqwala ke into yobana noko ezinye zezinto ezithe zathethwa ngumphathiswa apha ingakumbi ezo zichaphazela abantu basekuhlaleni bona bayazivuyela. Masibuyisele kuwe thina Asanda.
Nkosi Lumka, that's Lumka Pekindao talking to another MEC right there. But I want us to go back to the conversation we were having with the MEC for Dr. Zolile Williams about a risk-adjusted strategy.
Yes.
Because it's a serious concern for the people of this province where they hear that money has been sent back to national because a municipality or a provincial department could not spend it when people need those services. Talk us through this strategy you're talking about.
All right. The risk-adjusted strategy has got 3 phases. First phase is the planning, project planning, which begins in June to October. Second phase of that strategy is procurement phase, which begins from February to May. And then the last phase is construction phase, peak construction phase, which begins 15th of June to December. The anticipation of the strategy is that all contractors by the 15th of June each year must be handed over sites. From there on, end of the first quarter of the financial year, we should be able to spend 30% of the total expenditure of that particular municipality. Projecting that from that 30% December, municipalities currently would want to achieve 40% in December. The risk-adjusted strategy is pushing them to 60% in December. The third quarter of the financial year, we should be 85%. And we anticipate that with this strategy and how we've preempted expenditure, erratic weather conditions in the construction process, we think we can achieve spending all the money that is allocated to local government through this strategy.
Yeah,
we believe in it.
Yeah, Jeff.
yayiva yona ezinto Asanda ziba zilula xa uzithetha
Yeah.
kodwa ke siyazazi into ezininzi ezenzekayo
Yeah.
on the ground njenga ezinye ezazo bezingekho planned ngoba into esithetha ngayo kakhulu ngoku
Yes.
zizikhukhula ezenzekileyo kweli phondo
Sure.
and uthe usajonge ngapha eKomani
Yes.
kwangene iOR Tambo ngapha
Yes.
zizawuchaphazela njani i-budget yakho i-planning ebenayo ngoba ezi zinto azinakwazi ukulinda ezinye zazo azikwazi ulinda njengoba besitsho no MEC Gade uba ezinye zifuna immediate attention.
Yeah, no, the disasters have actually been devastating to our province, and they have a huge negative impact on economic infrastructure. And the budgets that we're making currently are going to be gravely influenced and impacted by that disaster. However, the declaration of national disaster has made national effort. The President, the Minister of Finance are allocating funding to respond to that. And from this Sunday, we will be getting temporary bridges for those communities that are cut off to be able to cross those rivers that have been wiped, bridges have been wiped away. So it's going to have
Just a
negative
quick
impact.
one, just a quick one. The one gun that is in your temple is people are always asking, especially when there are disasters in the province. We've seen
Jeff, we're going to have to finish this interview quickly. Our studio says they're struggling with the MEC's microphone.
Oh, the microphone,
So they cannot
okay.
hear him. MEC, we're going to have this conversation with you further throughout the year. We're going to follow those projects, especially on those bridges, to help those communities get reconnected.
Saved by the microphone.
Yes, saved by the microphone right there. That's the MEC for Cocktail. Thank you very much for joining us. We are going to talk to more members of the legislature, particularly of the cabinet. Right now, we're going to introduce an insert, but also somebody who is leading an industry that seems to be growing in the Eastern Cape, a new show that has everybody talking about Ikabecha, shot from the Eastern Cape. Let's take a look at who that minister is, the MEC is, because we'll be talking to her shortly after that.
Igama lami ndingulonel Namandla Bawuthi kwasemthatha. Firstly, I did strategic advertising, and
that microphone saved you.
that was 3 years, and then I worked for a year, and then
microphone
I
saved
went
you.
to study acting,
Jeff was
and
ready.
also that was 3 years. So, yeah,
Jeff was
basically, I
ready to
am a
process you.
qualified actress. However, you know, it's not that easy to get in the industry. So I've been doing a lot of auditions, a lot of networking. It brought so much hope, first of all, because we know how hard it is for artists, first of all. And we're grateful because the industry was a bit closed. So now it's a lot of new faces. And I think this is what we have been fighting for as artists. So we're grateful. Not only me, everyone who's new here and everyone who has been trying and finally landed. So we're grateful that the industry is opening, and also the government is part of it. Remember, because when they talk about work, most of the time it's more corporate than artists, right? So now we feel included because acting is work for us. It's not just like going to the office, because that's working for most of people. Yeah, so we feel so much included.
Well, that's shot from the set of Kabecha in the Nelson Mandela Metro Municipality. The Premier spoke about that in his speech. Really something that the people of this province can be really proud of. We're going to take to the MEC for Sports, Arts and Culture right after this. We were hoping that we could get her a bit earlier to talk a bit more about this, but thank you so much for being with us, ma'am. We're going to also have another conversation with another MEC for transport outside. So if you see us moving between you and the people who are outside, do not be alarmed. But thank you so much for joining us. Your take around what is happening in Gqeberha?
Thank you so much. For the first time, the Eastern Cape has hosted a series like this one. It's happening in the communities, especially the township community. In that community, the youth there and the youth across the province has had opportunities to show their talent. That's the benefit. The other benefit that they have with the empire in Gqeberha is that the nearby households are benefiting in the sense that their houses are being used for the preparation of the filming. In some of the houses, they are using for clothing, for makeup, for cooking food, and all their rehearsals are used there. And you will find that it's very interesting for the young people, the children. They watch them when they shoot this series, and therefore they become aspiring actors in the near future. So that's the best about it. And we're showcasing the talent that the Eastern Cape possesses throughout the country.
Sports and Recreation MEC Nongceba Kunziwe is here talking to us now, and there have been a lot of developments. I mean, one of the positives that the Premier mentioned was the Banyana, especially the ones that are based in the Eastern Cape. You know what that does? We did see them getting a few rewards after winning the AFCON, but what that does is that it inspires other young girls to want to join in. What are you doing to make sure that all the other upcoming football players get support?
The department is committed to supporting all those, the Banyana. But over and above that, the department is encouraging even others to get into the space. Remember, the field has always been known as the men's field or the men's sector or those that are men. But now we are happy that at least women and females are entering the space. That's the women development. So the department is committed to support all those and encourage even the women in rural areas to participate. So we're setting aside a bit of a budget to support, because that's the only way that we can do to encourage those, the federations and the leagues that are always organizing those, so that we know as much as they engage in sport for fun, some, and healthy purposes, but in some and most of them is career. So we do want to encourage those to be involved.
MEC, awuthatha kanye ngokubekwa kwebudget nokusupporta izinto. Kukho umbuzo osoloko khona uthi zithini injongo zenu okanye uthini umsebenzi wenu ekwakheni amabala okudlala? Abantwana ezilalini ezilokishini ezininzi abanawo amabala odlala. Omnye umzali aphele sithi umntanami uphela ewela kwizinto ezifana neziyobisi ngoba akhona indawo yodlala efanelekileyo apho bazawugcineka bexakekile khona bangade bawele kwinto ezimbi. Uthini umsebenzi wenu, uhamba ndawoni umsebenzi wenu eqinisekiseni into yoba zikhona indawo apho abantwana banodlala bazilolonge khona abanye kuzoze kuphuhle netalente yezemidlalo?
Silisebe siyazifumana kakhulu ezo zikhalo okanye ezo zicelo zamabala ezilalini ngakumbi. Kodwa ngokwemithetho karhulumente amabala akomasipala, ibudget ye-department ye-facilities ikomasipala. So okwethu esikwenzayo is to engage those municipalities uba mancede bayisebenzisele ekwakheni amabala okudlala abantwana. Thina singenelele to support them, kodwa ingabo ekufuneka bewenzile. Siyabona ukuba noko abanye bayazama, abanye abazami, kodwa ke ibudget yethu ipha kukuncedisa nje xa sibona umasipala noko abe nezi-strides and efforts azenzayo into building those facilities, because the policy says the municipalities must do the infrastructure, sporting facilities at that level.
Sibulele kakhulu MEC Nongceba Kunziwe for joining us. We're going to go outside for more reactions from the field, from the grounds here on the precincts. Lumka Pekindawu is with the MEC for transport, I understand, Lumka?
Enkosi Asanda ufika kanye nyani xa sime naye umphathiswa wesebe lezothutho kweliphondo leMpuma Kapa. MEC masikubulise sikwamkele kwiMpuma Kapa TV.
Ndiyabulisa kuwe msakazi, ndibulisa nakubaphulaphuli. Nkosi.
Nkosi Mphathiswa. Mphathiswa siyayazi into yobana iphondo lethu lithwaxeka kakhulu ingakumbi apha ezindleleni. Negalelo lezikhukhula zamanzi liphinde labe liyamosha kwakhona kwiindlela zethu eselihlele zingxolekekile. Mhlawumbi ngabe thini iplan yokuya phambili?
Msasazi, njengobana inkulumbuso ibhengezile kangangoba ndiyafuna uyikrwela umgca kwintetho yakhe yanamhlanje inkulumbuso ukubaluleka kwendlela, ngoba umgama esiwuhambileyo utsala abakhenkethi nomgama esiwuhambileyo utsala abatyali zimali, yonke loo nto ibonakalisa ukubaluleka kwendlela nento yobana abantu bakwazi ukufikelela ezinkonzweni. Ngoku enye into esiyiqinisayo ke njengoba inkulumbuso isitsho, sizawuthenga ogandaganda ngoku abaphaya kuma-36 kuba sifuna ukuqinisisa khono phaa koomasipala. Njengoba imo yezulu inkenenkene nje ayifuni ubisakhono sibe lapha eprovinsini kuphela, kuba kufuneka ukwazi ukukhawuleza ngokwesantya sakho, ngoba ixesha xa kunezikhukhula uyawuthi ufika phaya noba kube shushu namhlanje ufika wena usuka eprovinsini ufike kwenye usuku elandelayo ufika umonakalo omkhulu. Kanti xa isakhono siphaa koomasipala kuzawukwazi ukukhawulezisa ukukhusela ubana ukhukuliseko lingabikho ngamandla kakhulu no maintainer indlela zethu, ngoba ixesha uthi ipotoli bincinci ngenxa yobana sifike sicothile ukuya phaa njengephondo. Xa sifika phaa umonakalo somkhulu sawusebenza nomasipala uqinisa loo nto, sisasebenza kunye noSANRAL uqinisekisa into yobana izakhiwo ezi zendlela ziyaqiniswa beprovinsini ukwenzela ungabikho bantu abathi bakwazi ukufikelela ekliniki okanye esikolweni ngenxa ibhlorho iqhawukile. Siqinisisa khono sethu sosebenza kunye noSANRAL, uthi noSANRAL kunye ne-SANDF umziko lomkhosi. Njengoba etshilo ke uPremier ubana imo yezulu enkenenkene i-climate change ucacile uba idluli ihleli khona. Ngoku kubalulekile ngokasakha eziziseko ibhlorho singazakhi zibe sezantsi, funeka sizame uba sibeka siyaziphakamisa, ngoba xa kufika ezimvula zinkulu ziyakwazi ugqumeleleka ibe ngathi azikho ezaa bhlorho. Yiyo loo nto zawubona ingxubakaxaka yokuprovinsi xa iyonke. Yiyo ke loo nto sawuqwalasela xa senza lo msebenzi sifuna ukugqibezela kooCoffee Bay kanjena sawuqwalasela phaya indlela ebesizenza siqinisekisa uba ziyagqityezelwa ubheka phambili so that bakwazi abantu baseCoffee Bay nomonakalo ohlileyo phaya babe nendawo yokuqala ukwenzela ubana sizama ubuyisela imeko yokuphila kwabantu ekuzinzeni.
Alright Mphathiswa, kwezi ndlela sezimoshakele kakhulu ngoku kwezi zikhukhula zamanzi bezikhona umzekelo kokomani, mhlambi ithini ke ngoku iplan ekhona ukuze zilungiswe so that ubomi babantu buzoqhubeleka ingakumbi phaa emaphandleni zikhona ii-bridges ezakhukhuliseka?
Ya, ngomvulo lo siya kuyo ndiyaphaya eMalahleni, ndiyaphaya esakhe isizwe, kodwa amagosa wethu sephaya sekusetyenzwa ngoku bendithunyelelwe ezinye ifoto zogandaganda abaphaya aqinisekisa ubana ziyalungiswa ezo ndawo. Kodwa njengoba sitshilo uba sizukwazi upasa lo msebenzi ngaphandle kongenelelo likazwelonke. Njengoba umphathiswa wezimali ebethe dakanca epalamente wachaza imali ezizigidi ezenzelwe for intlekele, sikhona isabelo esasifumana phaya izasincedisa ke loo nto isakhono sethu sisebenzise nomkhosi ukhawulelana neengxaki ezikhoyo. Kodwa
I can't hear them.
ukwenzela imali yethu singayichithi ngendlela ebesizayichitha ngayo xa kungekho ntlekele. Siyazi uba ezinye izinto sawuzama ubana sizidileye sikhawulezise imali iye apho kukho umonakalo omkhulu khona.
Masibambe ngazo zibili sibulele kakhulu ngexesha lakho Mphathiswa.
Enkosi kakhulu, ndiyabulela nam.
Nkosi kakhulu. Lowo ke mbukeli nguye umphathiswa wesebe lezothutho kweli phondo leMpuma Kapa uXolile Nqatha edakanca ke mbukeli izinto ezizawuthi zenziwe ezindleleni kweli phondo. Nanjengoko sazi into yobana iphondo leMpuma Kapa linengxaki yendlela ezithe zakhukhuliseka kwizikhuntyula zamanzi okanye amanzi imvula ebithe yahlasela eli phondo leMpuma Kapa. Masibuyisele kuye Asanda.
Nkosi Lumka, that's Lumka Bekindao, right there talking to the MEC for Transport. We're now joined by the MEC for Public Works and Infrastructure, Ntombovuyo Kopane. The MEC who is really going to be in the hot seat as we talk more about infrastructure and public works.
Everybody's making plans, but at the end of the day, they all have to go and knock on her door. And this is the MEC for Public Works, of course, being Ntombovuyo Kopane. Welcome to the studio and beautifully dressed. I forgot to say the same thing to the last ABC.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the compliment.
And you heard the Premier, a lot of what he said. That is more like homework that he's giving you, because all these plans, and we're listening to MEC Ngata now, at the end of the day, that comes back to infrastructure development. Your work is cut out.
Yes. Most of the work that is done in the province, you talk the current scenario that we find ourselves in of having to recover from COVID-19, also the floods that we have been going through. We need to now review our plans quickly so that we respond to the effects of the floods. We shall look at the roads, need to rehabilitate our roads. The Premier has also mentioned the issue of the low-lying bridges, because most of the areas that have been affected are those that are having low-lying bridges. So we need now to lift our bridges to meet the standard so that they cannot be affected anymore. The Premier launched a Kauleza program that is directly focusing mainly on infrastructure, and other projects, but mainly it will be infrastructure. So we have that responsibility of ensuring that when there's a need for a rehabilitation, we have renovations of hospitals, clinics, schools, even the building of new infrastructure. We are expected to take responsibility for that.
A serious concern about infrastructure, particularly areas like schools and clinics that have been either affected by bad weather more recently, but also in the past that have struggled with maintenance, where people go to a clinic and they say you can see the roof is about to fall apart any moment, or where children go to a school and they can say, and they'll say, you know what, we can barely use the toilets because so much is broken. Where is the missing link between your department and the departments that are responsible for those institutions, whether it's schools or clinics? Where's the lag? What's the missing link between those two so that public buildings are maintained and well run throughout the year and not just fixed when there's a disaster?
There's a plan. In fact, let me start here. That is why the cabinet decided since 2019 that all the infrastructure-related functions should be brought to public works. And to ensure that we meet those requirements, we had to review our organizational structure. We have now separate units, the one that will be looking for education, infrastructure, and the other one that will be looking for taking care of the health infrastructure. These other departments, including these two, they look at their infrastructure, they assess it minimally, then they take the report to us and say, just go and assist us there. So we send our experts to those buildings and we make plans for them to be taken care of. Then, as part of improving our service delivery, we have also established a program as the Department of Public Works that is taking care of the training of artisans. You talk your building artisans, your plumbers, your the carpenters, and a number of them. So we train them in our artisan school. Then now we have taken a decision, and I will elaborate more in my budget and policy speech on what we are going to do about those artisans in meeting these needs that you are talking about, Asanda.
Well, MEC, thank you so much for joining us. That's the MEC for Public Works and Infrastructure saying she'll be giving us more details when she delivers her budget vote. We're going to go outside now. Lumka Pekindao has somebody with her? Yes, it's Demokola in a beautiful pink outfit.
Enkosi Asanda njengoba benchilo uDiya ke uyibeke yamhlophe okwekade emhlophe ehlungwini wayithi nca kodwa ke ikhona imibutho engaxolanga ngokusinayo umama apha ecankwam uZoleka Qothoyi yimember yeparlament eyiwhip kumbutho weEFF sisakhe ke sithi qabaqaba naye ngokungxamisekileyo umama unjani sakwamkela eMpuma Kapa TV.
Ndiyaphila ndiyabulela ngokuzokuma apha phambi kwabantu baseMpuma Kapa.
Mama kule ntetho uwisiweyo namhlanje kwi-speech sikatata Oscar Mabuyane iEFF yathanda ubandakanywa kweminye imibutho yezopolitiko kuthiwa iyathanda ungaxoli minyaka lena kwi-speech esiye sithiwe thaca kulo nyaka kuhlukile okanye kulo nyaka nixolile nime njani kulo nyaka niyi-EFF?
Kulo nyaka sibona thina siyi-EFF lento ye State of the Province Address i-platform apho abantu benza izithembiso uPremier ezingaphumeleliyo kubantu base-Eastern Cape. So ayisixolisi kwa lento ekuthiwa si-State of the Province Address esibona into kokuba i-waste ye-taxpayers money ebekumele into kokuba yilena yenzela abantu base-Eastern Cape izinto kumele bayazenzelwa.
Nangona ementionile 11 investors ezizayo Shoprite group oBentela's ukuba bazothi thaca baxhase nale into iEFF ayixolisi ngoba noko ke izawuthi noko yenza izinto zibe better nalapho nikaxoli.
Asixolisi iEFF ngoba kwalomhlaba athetha ngawo into kokuba inkosi mazinike umhlaba abasinikanga isidima senkosi abazinikanga isidima zazo nangoku uthe xa ethetha ngento yesidima sezinkosi wathi hayi kuzawubuya kuthethwe ngayo leyo mazinikeze ngomhlaba. So asixolanga thina siyi-EFF ilonto ngoba kwa ezinkosi afuna umhlaba kuzo zezi angasinikanga isidima sazo. Thina sibe siyi-EFF sisithi zibalekile inkosi kufuneka siqale kuzo ngoba zizo ezikhokhele abantu base-Eastern Cape.
Xa usithi ke lo msitho wesopa noko kuchitha ixesha kungaba ke ngokumzekelo kungathiwani ngoba seleke into ikho iqhuba minyaka le kungathiwani ke ningumbutho weEFF ukucebisa enye into engathi ke enye indlela ke ungathi kushokuxenga izinto ezithethaca apha kweliphondo leMpuma Kapa.
Thina siyi-EFF kwale yezi address uqala apha eEastern Cape ukonyuka asiboni into ekumele ba iyenzeke ngoba kaloku yile ichitha imali asisupport kakhulu siyi-EFF ngoba abayenzi lento ekuthethwa ngayo. Umzekelo ngoku kune project awayethethe ngayo yewater yasemzimvubu akhange athethe ngayo ku page 6 ngo2021 khange athethe ngayo into kokuba imaxa indawuni ngokula project kwale ngxaki abantu bakuyo base-Eastern Cape ye-floods yile ayenza ijoke athi ibingaske zisiwe Nelson Mandela ngoba akukho manzi. So sibona into thina echitha ixesha nechitha imali yabarhafi.
Masibulele ke lo bingumama uZoleka Qothoyi from the EFF engaxolanga ke njalo kodwa uthi noko esi State of the Province Address makhe sihlehliswe ngoba kunengxaki mandibuyisele kuwe ke intambo.
Well, we are almost approaching the end of our broadcast, Jeff, of this year's State of the Province Address with the Premier. We still have our analysts with us, Dr. Christopher Alterbrook and Dr. Gentlemen, quickly, your last bit on the Premier's speech today?
I'm very concerned about the municipalities in this province. There's a crisis in the municipalities. It was a very positive speech, but I don't know how you can have a positive speech that talks about the municipalities. There's a serious crisis in the municipalities. The solution was supposed to be the district development model. I heard nothing about that district development model. It seems like it's fallen right off. Yeah. And I don't know whatever came of it and why it was not successful. there was municipalities that were merged. Now it turns out it wasn't such a good idea to merge them.
Yeah.
Now they want to demerge them. It's back and forth. But where's the vision for going forward with the municipalities?
And that one question that I wasn't able to ask from MEC Williams, maybe I can put it to Dr. Tsilapedi here. The one thing, you know, whenever you think about disaster funds relief in this province, and we've seen it from even the funds, Nelson Mandela's funeral funds, whenever you see that there's an emergency and processes are going to be bypassed, the funds end up somewhere and not necessarily where they are meant for. I know people whose houses in Umtata were ripped off by a storm in 2017, and they said we had to rebuild ourselves. We never saw a cent from government. Now we're talking billions.
Yeah, no, I think that's one of the issues that Izawari had pointed out, that one of the things that he does not mention is how do you make sure that there's management of this money? How do you make sure that there isn't any sort of leakages that we see via corruption? I think he failed to sort of at least speak on that, especially working with the sort of SIU and other sort of state agencies that can support that type of work. So that's definitely a problem. But I think one big issue that's a problem for me is the issue also around corruption. Didn't quite talk about that, particularly at municipal level. Municipalities in the province are failing. That's a fact. You have to go through a drive just in the province from Grahamstown, and you're leaving the province, you can see that it's collapsing. No, it is. And in fact, everything sort of around is also collapsing. You'll then see the sort of collapse of the university, and now there's discussion of taking the High Court outside of Grahamstown. So those are things I think they need to apply themselves to. How do we resuscitate municipalities? How do we end corruption, or at least mitigate excess around corruption?
It's always going to be a question of trust as far as this province is concerned, Hassan.
It really is, because people of the province have been asking, have been begging, they've been protesting. We've seen protests at Enoch Mkajima now, because people are really, really tired of waiting and asking. When funds are there, at times they go back to national government because they're not done. But Jeff, we have to thank our guests for joining us this morning. You've been with us throughout this broadcast, and we thank you so much for joining us. We also have our colleagues who are out on the field, Lumka Pekindao and Domboxolo Matiwane, who have been absolutely wonderful this morning. Yep. They've really engaged us in the morning. Jeff, it's been such a pleasure to work with you.
Yes, it's been. We've never worked together, but it was enjoyable. It was great, being back here in the space at the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature, and being able to talk to the people and seeing, things that are being planned for our province.
Well, Jeff, I'm really looking forward to the budget speeches by the MECs, where they will hopefully give meat to some of the things that the Premier spoke about. But we have come to the end of this broadcast right here on Bumakapa TV, channel 260. Thank you for joining us. We will be giving you bits and pieces of some of the speech throughout our news bulletins as we go through the week. But thank you so much for joining us. Goodbye.
Good.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Hey, thanks very much.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Oh.
Thank